Pauline emails, Freedom Day Monday. You have Boris to thank for that. Thank goodness for Boris.
Thank you.
Although some people want this all to fail. Really? Can you believe it, says Pauline. Some people are so negative that they want failure.
Negative.
They seem to think that the loony left could achieve this in a better way. Of course, anyone with intelligence would know they would still be looking for PPE. The loony left. Do me a favour, Pauline. Sit in the corner and think about what you've done. Thomas tweets, Boris has finally won our freedom over the COVID, and you Remainers just can't bear it. This country's lost its mind. He is doing his best so well, and you lost, get over it. Oh, and Germany is terrible weather, not climate greenism, says Thomas, who's obviously been thinking about that a lot. Couple of seconds. Health experts are warning people to stay out of the sun this weekend. You've been waiting for some sun for 7 months so far this year, and when it comes along, they want us to stay out of it. And they're going to persuade us by saying that it's going to be so hot that you may die. We're going to have a heat wave expected to bring temperatures of 88 Fahrenheit. And I know what anybody below the age of 40 is thinking. What's Fahrenheit, Grandad? Grandad? Why, you little... So I'll translate that using mental arithmetic.
Oh, no.
To get from Fahrenheit to centimetres, you double it and add 32, so double 88 is 166. And 166 plus 32 is 208. Blimey, the temperature's going to be 208 centimetres this weekend. Can you believe that?
Yes.
Meteorologists predict that Britain will sizzle on Sunday and Monday in particular, but the mercury is likely to remain around the 77 Fahrenheit mark for the rest of the month. It'll be a sizzling Sunday and a merciless Monday and a terrific Tuesday and a something Wednesday. Meanwhile, Public Health England, PHE or FE, has issued... I had no idea I was going to do that. They've issued a heat health warning urging the public to take measures to keep cool and support those who may be at risk in the warm weather. They recommend drinking a boatload of beer and then putting a lit flare up your bottom in the traditional English manner.
Correct.
Expert Dr. Owen out of Public Health England said, much of the advice on beating the heat is common sense. That's right, and what we are seeing on a daily basis is good old British common sense. It's made us what we are today and has given us the best government that money can buy. Isn't that right, Bodge? Dr. Owen said spells of warmer weather are something that people very much enjoy. See? I told you he was an expert. He said, however, for some people, such as older people, those with underlying health conditions and young children, the summer heat can bring real health risks. So they are urging common-sense British people to do as they always do when it gets really hot. Splay yourselves out in the sun and don't bother with the lotion because your British toughness will protect you. We have no need of your coconut-flavoured sunscreen. We do not need to take the shade. We are British, and we will spread ourselves out on the ground and dare the sun to burn us. Plus, if you have tattoos, they work as a sunscreen. That's a fact. Meteorologist Will at the Met Office said across most parts of the UK we are expecting temperatures to build, reaching heatwave thresholds across the majority of England over the weekend. High temperatures will remain a feature of the forecast until Tuesday, when fresher conditions arrive, curtailing heatwave levels. It's going to be all over by Tuesday. The bookies are expecting it to be a warm one, with Ladbrokes making it odds on that the weekend will see the hottest day of the year so far. Place your bets. Bet nah. People betting on the weather. With highs of at least 30°C expected, the bookies make it just 1/3 that the thermometer notches up to a new record. 5/1 says the mercury hits 35 centigrade, and it's 6/4 that this month enters history as the hottest ever July. I have no idea what any of that means, except that the house always wins. Tomorrow, sunny, very warm, hot in parts of England and Wales, with some drizzle in northwest Scotland. Oh, that is... Or I'll check, if you like. I'll check while Glasgow waits. One moment, please. A what? Not raining tonight, not raining tomorrow, not raining on Sunday, and not raining on Monday, and not raining on Tuesday, and not raining on Wednesday, and not raining on Thursday, but raining on Friday, and Saturday, and Sunday, maybe on Monday, and then on Tuesday and Wednesday and Thursday, and every day for the rest of your lives. A couple of days when it won't be raining. Do you have anything to wear when it's not raining?
No.
Sunday to Tuesday, largely settled and warm, or very warm with plenty of sunshine. Would you like to hear the long-range weather forecast?
No.
OK, this is for the rest of the month. High pressure slowly moving across the UK, largely dry with sunny spells. After next Wednesday, we're going to see a change to more unsettled weather with sunny spells and heavy rain, possibly thunder, lightning, very, very frightening. Temperatures very warm at first, then somewhat cooler and fresher. And more settled at the end of this month. OK, first 2 weeks in August. This is getting important. It's almost last call for summer. Good luck, everyone. Fingers crossed. The start of August, rain or showers, locally heavy and thundery, then warmer and drier than average for much of the UK. Not you, Glasgow. By mid-August, above average temperatures becoming very warm or hot at times. Very warm or hot at times? We'll take it! Chris texts, are you wearing a shell suit this week, Nick? I've seen a few people wearing shell suits just lately. I thought we'd left that behind. It just looks so desperately uncomfortable. Why are you wrapping yourself in nylon? You're not cut meat. You're not at the dog end of a block of cheese. Stop wrapping yourself in nylon, people. Howard texts, here, Grandad, what's mercury? Shut up, Howard. James says, I hope they make a movie about Freedom Day. Independence Day was a box office hit. I don't think Will Smith will play Bozo the Clown, though. No. No, he'd have to wear a fat suit. No offence. So, blimey, we've had a lot of weather, ain't we? The death toll from catastrophic floods in Western Germany and Belgium, wherever that is, has risen to more than 100 as emergency services continued their search for hundreds more still missing. Authorities in the German state of Rhineland-Palatinate said 50 people had died there. Neighbouring North Rhine-Westphalia put the death toll at 43. 1,300 people in the devastated Ahrweiler district of the Rhineland-Palatinate remain unaccounted for. I wish I hadn't started this now. Belgian authorities said the army had been sent in to 4 of the country's 10 provinces to help with rescue operations and evacuations, with residents of some towns, including but not limited to the resort of Spa, which is the name of the resort. It doesn't have a spa. It isn't a spa, or it probably is, but it's called Spa. It's been underwater, by the way, since late on Wednesday, and they are now accommodated in tents. If you're in Spa...
Emergency, everybody to get from street. Emergency, everybody to get from street.
Switzerland, Luxembourg and the Netherlands are also severely affected, with flash floods sweeping through the Swiss villages of Schleitheim and Beningeningen. Several towns in the Grand Duchy of Luxembourg were evacuated on Thursday, and thousands were told to leave their homes in the southern Dutch city of Maastricht. Too much rain in Europe. And here we had so much rain in London this week that manhole covers were blown off and water came surging out of drains. Brown water.
Disgusting.
Meanwhile, in America, reservoir levels are dropping throughout the West as the drought tightens its grip on the region with intense summer heat, further stressing both water supplies and the surrounding landscape. Many reservoirs there are at or approaching historic low levels due to a poor rainy season combined with increasing temperatures. So we got too much rain here, not enough rain over there. It's all getting extreme. The drought crisis is most apparent in the Colorado River Basin, which saw one of its driest years on record following 2 decades of less than adequate rain. The nation's largest reservoir is Lake Mead, near Las Vegas. It's at its lowest level since the lake was filled after the construction of the Hoover Dam in the 1930s. It's 35% of total capacity at the moment. But no big deal, it just supplies water to Arizona, Nevada, California and Mexico. It's just about 100 million people, that's all.
Oh, no.
Further upstream, Lake Powell, which feeds Lake Mead, is at only 34% of its total capacity. By next spring, Lake Powell is projected to hit its lowest level since it was filled in 1964, jeopardizing its ability to generate power. And the thing that feeds the lakes, melting mountain snow, never made it to the rivers or the reservoirs. It simply seeped into bone-dry soils or evaporated directly up into the atmosphere. So Californians won't be able to water their lawns that they artificially created in a desert and will have to buy bottled water. But elsewhere, people are on the move because of climate change. They're displaced, forced to move because of a weather-related event, either fleeing from sudden events or forced to leave an area experiencing gradual change. Either it's a downpour, or it's a drought, or it's storms, or some horrible combination of all of the above. It's happening here, there and everywhere, baby. But it's now at the highest rate for a decade. And the data shows that it affects people in poorer countries much more than those in wealthier ones. A Sky News analysis found that weather-related disasters in 2020 led people in the poorest nations moving almost 5 times as often as those in richer ones, which is probably why we in rich countries are only pretending to do something about climate change, because for us, at the moment, it's just an inconvenience. I mean, if it meant that we would have to abandon large areas of our country, we might actually take action instead of saying that we will at some point in the future, yet to be determined. Don't rush us, we're busy trying to light our barbecues. But in low-income countries, each severe weather event caused an average of almost 20,000 displacements last year, compared with 4,000 in the wealthiest nations. Experts say that the reason for this, in most cases, is that in wealthier countries, people's homes provide better protection from severe weather like storms, made of bricks, not straw. The IDMC, the Internal Displacement Monitoring Centre, their director, Alexandra Bilak, told Sky News that settlements are often less dense in richer countries and people live in better quality housing. So they sustain the shock of the disaster much better than they would in low or lower middle-income countries. Yeah, for us, it's just your sofa sailing out of your bedroom window. What your sofa is doing in your bedroom, I've got no idea. Modelers have been able to calculate that some weather events just would not have occurred if the world had not already warmed up by 1.1 C compared to pre-industrial levels. And the number of weather-related disasters is going up. Seems to be every week on the news there is some weather-related disaster. They've triggered more displacements, weather-related disasters, than conflicts since 2008. Weather is now worse for humankind than wars. You believe that? Pamela tweets, Nick, it was 106 Fahrenheit here in Alicante this week, and we survived. Brits are such snowflakes. What? Alicante. Greece. Rodney tweets, Nick, does this mean that for 4 days you haven't got your thermals on? Well, I did think about putting a thick woolen jumper underneath my winter coat as I came out today, it being only 75 degrees. So I ditched the jumper. I'm not sure I made the right decision. Johnny says, Irvin wants the rain, Nick. Exposed Glaswegians tend to upset my digestive system. What's that? Oh, I see, right. Whipping their tops off.
Disgusting.
Steve says, perfect weather for the F1 this weekend. See you there, Nick. Well, if you're there, Steve, then I will know that I can avoid you by not being there myself. The Formula One, those cars are going to explode. Why would anybody watch that? Meow, meow, meow. Worst sounding sport ever, apart from skateboarding. I saw some skateboard hippies on the way here, and they I don't know what it is about that sport. It's just such a dumb sport. They rumble, clack. Even if you're really, really good, it still looks lame. Hours and hours of practicing. I don't know. They're doing, whether they're practicing or not, I've got no idea. It looks like something you do in between bong hits to me. This is from NASA. NASA says global climate change has already had observable effects on the environment. Look and you will see. Glaciers have shrunk. Ice on rivers and lakes is breaking up earlier. Plant and animal ranges have shifted and trees are flowering sooner. Effects that scientists had predicted in the past would result from global climate change are now occurring. Loss of sea ice, accelerated sea level rise, longer, more intense heat waves. Scientists have high confidence that global temperatures will continue to rise for decades to come, largely due to greenhouse gases produced by human activities. Human beings! No! The Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, IPCC, which includes more than 1,300 scientists, actual real-life science persons from the United States and other countries, forecast a temperature rise of 2.5 to 10 degrees Fahrenheit over the next century. Wow. But I believe that is not happening because I read it on the internet. And our government's reaction to all this is to pull some arbitrary date for all electric vehicles to be on sale, no petrol or diesel. They just pull that date out of their ears, while people who actually make cars are saying, well, we can't do that. The infrastructure won't be ready. How are we going to produce enough electricity? We can barely keep the lights on as it is. And then Bodge spews on about carbon capture machines and robots and all that other sci-fi stuff, because it hasn't been invented yet. It's literally science fiction, not science fact. Sci-fi, not sci-fi.
Correct.
And they blame the cows. Poor cows. George Useless, the Environment Secretary, has ordered government scientists to assess competing technologies for reducing greenhouse gas emissions from the digestive systems of cattle. The findings will be used to introduce a gold standard for farmers as part of a commitment by the Department for the Environment, Food and Rural Affairs to hit net zero targets by 2050. See, they just pull these numbers out of the air. 2050 is a big round number. Let's just say that. And when 2050 comes around, there's probably not going to be anybody alive to say, aha, charade you are. But in contrast to the rest of the economy, only 10% of this is CO2. These greenhouse gases. 40% is nitrous dioxide from fertilizers, 50% is from methane, and that's from cattle. And it's not from the end that you think it is, from the other end. 90% comes from burps, only 10% from flatulence.
Disgusting.
90% burp, 10% flatulence. The extent of emissions from farming has led to calls for a tax on beef and dairy products to reduce consumption. But that won't play with Bodger's fans, for whom the only good cow is a dead and fried one. So we're going full techno. Not that kind of techno, technology. Environment Secretary George Useless believes technology could be used to eliminate a significant proportion of these emissions without the need for taxes. And he believes that because Bodger has told him to believe that. I mean, he used to work on a farm, all right, did George? A fruit farm. Cows don't eat fruit. But they might eat seaweed if you disguise it. Put a bit of salt on it, squirt a sauce. And apparently if they eat seaweed, it makes them burp less. But it won't make much difference really, because turning grass or seaweed into meat is about the least sustainable way for us to get our dinner. I mean, if we really want to make a difference, we'll cut out the middleman and eat the seaweed ourselves. Any takers?
No.
Didn't think so. What we really need to do is to stop flying and take public transport and cycle and turn the heating down and the aircon off and stop buying stuff we don't need just to make us feel better for a brief while, and stop using cement for cheap housing and go vegetarian. So that's out. and the citizens of California will have to let their lawns go brown, and we will have to stop building on flood zones, and the Dutch will have to raise their dikes, and we'll be okay for the time being, but the good people of Africa are screwed. Sorry about that.
I am very sorry that I screwed up. Totally I mean, I am so sorry. You just don't know how sorry I am. I am sorry.
But not sorry enough to actually, do something about it. Johnny says, oh no, I read that. Steve says, read that. God, I'm way ahead. I've only just started and I've practically done enough work to go home now. Rob says, with all this hot weather expected over the next few days, does it mean that it's coming home? I don't think we get to even think that phrase anymore for a good long while. Not till the World Cup, which we're bound to win. You know, what with our inability to win a second division tournament. Watch out, Brazil. Here we come. Yeah, right. Ida says, it's climate change, Nick. And then 2 emojis that look like, I don't know, is that racist? It looks a little bit racist to me. I don't know why you would send those particular emojis. Does that look racist to you? She's not listening. Peter texts, hey Nick, the North Somerset Wildlife Counters. The North Somerset Wildlife Counters here. Oh. Hey Nick, the North Somerset Wildlife Counters here. We're out counting meteors tonight. It's the Perseus shower tonight.
Groovy.
Which should be able to be seen as soon as you drive home. Well, I will I'll be driving home with my head out of the window, staring at the sky, because that would be a great step forward in road safety. Ian says, did you say the planet is succumbing to climate change and the British solution is to bet on the outcome? That's right. Yeah, that's about right, yeah. He says, if I bet on the destruction of humankind and get it right, how will I collect my winnings? Good point, Ian. Keep that in mind. Chertsey, Richard.
Hello, yes.
Hello, yes.
That's Mr. Abbott, isn't it?
Yes.
Good. Can I speak to your friend there?
Who?
Or just you?
Just
well, in
me.
that case, I have to speak to you.
Yes.
Hello, Mr. Abbott?
Mm-hmm.
Right. What I'm trying to say is,
yes.
Is it all right that HRHTTT does not speak the Queen's English?
HR Puffenstuff? Are you talking about Hazza, out of Hazza and Sparkles?
Prince Charles,
him.
THTTT, as in the
Chaz.
heir to the throne.
Chaz, yes.
He does not speak the Queen's English. I heard him say the other day, let's see if I can recall this, to try and, he said.
Try and?
Yes.
What, just that? Try and?
He should have said try to, which is the Queen's English.
Well, give me the whole sentence.
I can't remember that. That's unfair of you. I can't remember that.
Well, you can only remember 2 words. I mean, that's hardly evidence, is it?
Don't you believe me, then?
No, certainly not.
Well, if you listen to the recording he made about...
I will do nothing of the sort.
Or something.
Yes, no.
He did say try and, whereas, of course, you will agree with me that he should have said try to.
I do not agree with you.
Oh, well, that's Queen's English. Try and is not Queen's English.
Is it?
That's correct. You don't even know yourself, do you?
I've got no idea I don't know what I'm talking about or what you're talking about. All I know is that Prince Charles, he doesn't appear to have consonants in his vocabulary. He speaks exclusively in vowels. There's no consonants at all. He actually sounds like somebody letting out the air of an inflatable pool. No offence. Thanks a lot for pointing that out, Richard. Good work. Let us know if anything else occurs to you. And straight away, I mean it. Try and do something about that. Also in Chertsey, bizarrely. That's weird. 2 calls in a row from Chertsey in Surrey. Here is Tony in Chertsey. Do you know that bloke, Richard, in Chertsey, Tony?
No, I don't actually.
Right.
But, Nick, I don't think I shall seek him out.
Well, if you don't go out, then you can guarantee not to bump into him.
That's true.
Unless
right, yeah.
he breaks into your house.
Yeah. He doesn't know where I live.
Right. Well, now you're just setting in tasks.
Yes. He may be the sort that rises to a challenge, but I don't think so. He doesn't sound like a challenging type to me.
No.
Did you ever do any homework, Nick?
About what?
Well, you said, is that homework when you were talking to Richard?
I didn't.
Well, you mentioned homework.
Well, I don't think I did. I thought it, but I didn't say it out loud. Well, you're a
right.
mind reader now.
Could be.
Wow, it's like I've got Yuri Spoonbender on the phone.
Yeah, what do you think about that?
About what?
Spoon bending.
I think it's a magic trick, isn't it?
Yeah, I reckon so, yeah. Yeah, I don't think the way he does it or is supposed to do it.
Yeah. I mean, I've seen other magicians do that. I mean, it's not something that you would actually want unless you could control it precisely. I mean, if everything you touched that was made of metal bent as you were touching it,
yes,
you'd have a problem with that, wouldn't you?
Too right.
You'd never be able to know what time it is, apart from anything else.
No, you can look at the sun. You don't need to bend that.
Hey, I'll tell you what was really bizarre. The other day, I woke up and I thought, I wonder what time it is. And there was no indication. In fact, I wasn't at home. I was somewhere else. I was staying with the family. And I woke up having no indication of what time it was at all. There wasn't... there wasn't something that routinely happened at a particular time in the morning to give me a clue. And I thought, I bet it's 8:10. And I looked at my phone, and it was 8:10 and 0 seconds. Wow.
Now, coincidence? You think, Nick, or?
No, I think that you have the ability to know what time it is. It's just that it's not one that that you necessarily use because you always have a cue. You've always got a watch on, or you've got your phone there. So it's an ability that it remains untapped. But I'm sure we all have that in us.
Yeah. Would you be interested in a time machine?
Oh, a time machine.
Yeah.
Yes.
Oh, right. Well, I thought of one. Or thought how to make one. It's only backwards though at the moment. But don't worry, we'll see if I can come up with a forwards one.
Yeah, the forwards one is the one that you want because you want to. Of course, it is.
I know. But backwards is at least a start.
Yeah, forwards is where you can make the money. You can actually make the money going backwards. All you need is 10 grand and a time machine, and you could buy up the Docklands, and you'd be a billionaire.
How come?
You go back in time to when the Docklands was they were just giving it away. It was just a bunch of
okay.
I see
what you mean. It's only about an hour or so far.
An hour. That's okay.
Well, even so, that's still time, time shifting.
Okay, well, you want to let somebody know about that, Tony? I'm sure that science will be, its interest will be piqued. He's invented a time machine. Nothing big, just just that. Okay, well, put the instructions online, Tony.
Yeah,
I dare.
But haven't I just informed 100 million listeners? Sorry.
Yeah, but you haven't told us how to do it. This is getting weird. I don't know where this is going. I don't know where it's come from or where it's going to. But anyway, thanks a lot, Tony. I suspect that refreshment may be involved.
Booze.
Maybe. Natalie emails, just wondering what time on Monday the pandemic ends and COVID is no longer infectious. Is it 12:01 a.m. or 8 a.m.? It would be a shame to look like an idiot and break free too soon. It's amazing Boris Johnson just continues to shine in his cosplay PM role. Yeah, he's just all about the dressing up box, isn't he? That man can't go 5 minutes without diving into the dressing up box and coming out looking like, looking like that.
Yeah. Wait a minute.
Looking like a prime minister. Not really. I imagine you think it's distracting. or he has to keep doing it because we'll love him more. Oh, look, he's dressed up as a worker. Ugh. He was talking about levelling up the other day. Does anybody have any idea what he was talking about?
No.
I mean, it was just absolutely mystifying. Boris Johnson's flagship levelling up speech has been criticised by experts for containing nothing but catchphrases and sound bites. In fact, you could sum up Bodger in the same way. He contains nothing but catchphrases and sound bites. He is a completely empty vessel of neediness and uncontrolled urges and vanity, with a paper-thin covering of effortful public school Latin and Greek fairy story references.
Yeah. Wait a minute.
2 years after first committing to levelling up, the Prime Minister travelled to Coventry, wherever that is. He delivered there a speech that was so bereft of ideas that he urged local leaders to send in their own suggestions. Some MPs are beginning to worry whether the plans have any substance. Well, wonder no more. You know, it's all so, what would Donald Trump do? He would say he was going to do something and then forget it. And by the time anyone realises that he isn't doing what he said, we'd all be submerged into some other hell, and he'll be off out counting his money, laughing at the unfathomable gullibility of the people that voted for him. The Conservative MP Laura Farris said on Thursday that levelling up was an ambiguous phrase that means whatever anybody wants it to mean. Wow, she's a Conservative MP. They're breaking ranks, Boris.
Oh, no.
Oh, God, I just called him Boris. Stop doing that. It's an ambiguous phrase that means whatever anybody wants it to mean. Yeah, in other words, it doesn't mean anything at all. Johnson said in his speech that strong leadership was... Oh, God, here we go. It's strong leadership. What would he know about that? He says it's the yeast that lifts the whole mattress of dough, the magic sauce, the ketchup of catch-up. Ugh. And that's what you get with him. It's all cute, rhetorical flourishes, like he's writing a column in the Telegraph and he's 200 words short, so he just extemporises and fills up the space. It's exactly what Trump does. Just fills the air with verbiage. Bodger suggested that he would like to see more local mayors, and then appeared to say that he would not want to devolve too much power in case what he called the loony left took charge. So you can have your independence from central government as long as you do what central government says. Yeah, that sounds about right. Again, it's what would Donald Trump do? He would manipulate the truth and tell you one thing is going to happen that has already happened, and tell you that he's going in one direction while speeding in the other. Bodger reiterated a string of existing government policies, many of which apply across the UK, including hiring new nurses. What's that got to do with levelling up? And he sought to reassure Southern MPs, which are mostly Tory, of course, that levelling up applies across the country, which means it's not levelling up at all. You know, the Tory party have been in power for at least twice as long as the Labour Party since the Second World War. They've been in power continuously for the last 11 years. And Bodger's position that he is the one swooping in to save us from the mess that the last ruling party left us in, which was his own party.
Oh, fabulous.
I mean, the truth is that since Bodge first talked about levelling up, you know, probably to see if the proles would swallow it, the wealth divide has actually got worse, not better, which is precisely what Donald Trump would do. I mean, the rich and those with assets have done very well from the government's handling of the pandemic. Not the pandemic, the government's handling of the pandemic, which has been among the worst on earth. Don't forget that. They want you to ignore all of that, the pile of dead bodies and the ruined economy that you'll see in your rearview mirror. They want you to forget all of that, and they're trying to blind you with the shiny lights of the vaccine. which is why they keep going on about it over and over and over again. Every question they ever get asked is, well, the vaccine rollout. What do you think about the weather, Bodger? Well, the vaccine rollout. The divide in wealth has got worse, not better, since Bodger said that he was going to level everything up. The rich and those with assets done fantastically well. Just the other day, the Resolution Foundation said that the richest 10% gained 50 grand on average during the pandemic so far. The poorest households have lost money. Under this government, the wealth gap has increased, while they have been saying that they're going to narrow it. It's almost as though they mean the opposite of what they say. Yeah. Almost. I mean, you'd almost be persuaded to believe that, just like Donald Trump, they don't actually believe a thing that they say.
I'm a person that wants to tell the truth. I'm an honest person.
According to this report, adults in the richest 10% of households now have a wealth of £1.4 million each, following the 50 grand increase during the crisis. They've done very, very well. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
The poorest 30%, on the other hand, gained an average of just £86 per adult. 50 grand for the rich, 86 grand for those that need it most. Yep, that sounds about right. So Bodger went to Coventry. He actually got sent to Coventry. Maybe his handlers just wanted him to shut up. But he took him literally and went to Coventry. He said, "Paw!" The Coventry South MP, Zara Sultana, what a fantastic name. She said, Boris Johnson came to Coventry today to talk about levelling up, but he's not fooling anyone, she said. It's a meaningless soundbite, totally at odds with his record in office. His party has overseen 11 years of managed decline and levelling down. Johnson didn't even bother to mention Coventry once in his speech. Actually, you know what? That's not right. He is fooling a lot of people. I mean, enough who thought that the party to fix the problems that they are suffering from is the very party that caused them in the first place. Maybe we deserve what we get. And you remember the Prime Minister's former advisor, Dominic Cummings? No! Yes, that's him. He wrote in his blog that levelling up was just a vacuous slogan. And he should know. He does vacuous slogans for a living. He said Johnson had come up with that slogan partly out of irritation with being told to focus on the core message in 2019, and partly because he was irritated with people calling him a puppet who repeats my slogans, said Dominic Cummings. Wow, I can't believe I'm about to say this, but I agree with Dominic Cummings. You see what you've done to me, Bodger? I'm agreeing with Dominic Cummings now. What a way to run a country, eh?
Dreadful.
0345 6060 973. Here's a call in Fulham. Hello, Wendy.
Oh, hello, Nick.
Wendy.
Yes, you said to me, to us, I want to get my grammar right now. Mm-hmm. I went to the supermarket, and you got me.
What was super about it?
Because you're not allowed to say which one are you? Are you?
Yes. No, you're not.
Okay, right. So then I got, because you said organic eggs, okay?
Yeah, orgasmic eggs.
Yeah. No, but this, right, they have free-range organic eggs. What's that then? Because you said free-range, they're not sort of running about, are they?
No. Well,
so how can it be both?
I don't know that is actually true, but I don't think free range actually means what people think it means.
I know.
When they say free, because they'll have a picture of some attractive farmer person on the thing. It'll be cuddling a chook, but it doesn't. The farm doesn't actually look like that at all. It's a giant shed the size of 5 football pitches, and there'll be one door at the end, which the chicken might be able to reach if it lived long enough, but probably won't. So it'll be indoors in a space of about a square foot, and they'll call it free range.
All right.
And now a farmer person may disagree with me, and I'd be prepared to discuss it with them, but that's my notion of it. And an organic is a bit better than that. It still doesn't recreate in what people think of as a chicken farm in their minds. You know, it's like darling buds of May, some bosky idyll. But farming ain't like that at all, is it, Wendy?
No, but it has.
Yeah, but no, but
it can't be both, can it? It can't be free-range organic eggs.
Well, it does. That
because
sounds
they're
like
both too different.
No, it doesn't. No, they're not different, are they? It's like turning it up to 11, isn't it? I mean, I'm saying that, but I've got absolutely no idea what I'm talking about. But free range is better than not free range, and organic is better than free range. So if you've got free range organic, oh my God, that'll be the best eggs you could possibly buy.
I don't want free range. I want organic only.
Right? Okay.
I want. So, but you have a look.
I won't.
And no, I didn't think. Yeah, you would. So I thought. Yeah. So,
Wendy, how did those eggs taste?
I've just bought them. I looked at them, and they look. Like different colours and. Yes.
Different colours.
Yeah.
What colours are they?
Different. Well, there's like a couple of white ones, a couple of nice sort of brown one.
Right.
Brown
like
ones. They're mixed.
A great big melting pot, big enough. Etc. So everybody sing.
Rock and roll. But you don't. I've never seen those words put together.
Organic free range, right?
Yeah.
Well, it's just underlining the loveliness of those particular eggs, Wendy. How are you going to cook them?
I do like a boiled egg in the morning.
Right.
And why are you asking me that?
I'm just killing time here, Wendy.
Sorry.
I've got nothing particular to do at the moment. I've got nothing on.
Okay.
I mean, you're not imparting any great secrets. Why are you suddenly getting all all uptight about it, Matt? Relax.
Groovy. Well, all right. Yes, you're right. Yes, all right then. Oh God.
Okay.
Yeah.
Right. Well,
yeah.
Enjoy your super dull boiled eggs.
Boring.
Can I interest you in deviled eggs or scrambled eggs or poached eggs?
Yeah.
How about a nice poached egg, Wendy?
Oh, that's a bit. I can't.
That's like cooking. Yeah. I know. You got to swirl it, or you got to take it. You got to use utensils, so that's right out. Tex, have you heard about the wobbly moon? That's not going to help much. What? A wobbly moon? Well, I mean, reading that phrase, I know what I'm thinking of.
Disgusting.
Awful. Put your clothes back on, Bodger. Nobody wants to see that. Simon emails, Justin Fletcher as Mr. Tumble will play Bojo in the film of Freedom Day and Freedom Day 2, The Lockdown Returns. Who's Justin Fletcher? I bet my glamorous assistant knows who Justin Fletcher is. Who's Justin Fletcher?
He's from CBeebies.
Who's he?
Yeah, he was one of the sort of kids. Mr. Tumble was one of the sort of kids' TV shows on mid-2000s.
How do you know that?
Because I have cousins who are of that age.
I don't know. I think I found her out.
Liar!
Yeah, spending all day long watching children's television. Isn't that awful?
Dreadful.
Mr. Tumble. I've got no idea who that is. That's a serious gap in my knowledge of art. Let's talk to Tulse Hill. Hugh. Too late. Let's have Ashford, Milan.
Hello, Mr. Rabbit. How are you?
Very well, thanks.
I'll discuss two things, Mr. Johnson and film.
Yeah.
But with Mr. Johnson, with his fans, it seems like we're in a zombie era where they blindly go forward, like one of George Romero's film of like the Land of the Dead, and nothing affects them. And it's almost like, when...
The Land of the Dead. The Land of the Dead. Is that a musical?
it's almost like, you know, when sunlight hits vampires, it's almost like if facts and details hit Boris Johnson fans, they start.
I'm melting.
Yeah, exactly. And I'm not sure how the opposition can actually make the way through, because how can they reason with somebody who doesn't care about facts and details, and they'll just go, I don't care, I'm just going to walk in a zombie fashion forward. It's pretty difficult.
You know, have you ever seen the videos of those exciting bomb machines that we probably sell to the Saudi Arabians, and they drop them on hospitals? It starts out as a like a bomb that drops from a plane, and then it splits into 1,000 different bomblets. Have you ever seen those?
Maybe. Yeah.
Well, imagine what I've just said. Play along.
Okay. Yeah. Definitely.
Yeah. That's what Boris Johnson is like. He's a round bomb that just splits into thousands of different bomblets, all of which are misdirections and untruths.
Yeah, and if you daren't question Johnson, then you're seen as not being patriotic.
Yeah,
and,
exactly.
It's mystifying. Can I talk about film? Because after 18 months, I returned to the cinema.
Did you? Very dangerous.
Amazing.
Is that wise?
It was all right. It was social distance, only half capacity. Although, do you mind if I say something controversial?
Uh-oh.
Oh, no.
Here we go. Grip onto something firm, everybody.
Whoever decided that popcorn should be allowed in the cinema, the most noisiest food
Hello?
ever,
I've been saying that for years. How many times have I said those exact words?
Yeah, so we're on the same page. It is so annoying. And as if somebody doesn't have popcorn, they're wrapping their crisp packer and it's like scrunching. And I'm thinking, a cinema is a cinema. It's not a restaurant.
Exactly.
It's not your living room. It's not a cafe.
Yes, how hungry are you, people? You've had breakfast, you've had a mid-morning snack, you've had lunch, you've had afternoon tea, you're going to have your dinner afterwards. Can you not just stop eating for 2 hours, crying out loud?
Yeah, exactly. One person had a picnic basket, and I just thought, hold on a minute. Is Yogi Bear and Boo Boo around? I thought,
what?
This is ridiculous.
But popcorn is the worst, and whoever thought of putting popcorn on sale in a cinema needs correcting to death. It's the loudest thing you can possibly eat, other than trying to eat an animal that's not dead yet. It just makes such a noise because they come in their own drum. It's an acoustic magnifier. Is those cardboard boxes, and people just idly. They just chase, even if they've finished it, there'll just be little kernels at the bottom, and they're staring at the screen with their mouth, with their jaw, their slack jaw just open, with the drool coming out, and they're just idly chasing, not even thinking about what they're doing, they're just chasing the last few bits around the bottom, just like turning it around and around, making a racket. That Keith Moon didn't make such a noise.
Rock and roll! Exactly. And then if they have it in a paper bag, that's going to make even more noise when they're trying to reach for the food. And I think blood was coming out of my ear at one point. But the two films I saw were amazing, and so it was really good. So I recommend them to you, Nick, if you're going to venture out to the cinema.
Yeah, I probably won't like the sound of them or the name of them. Was one of them ending in a number?
Yes.
Was that number 9?
No. Number 2, A Quiet Place Part 2, which is amazing, and The Conjuring Part 3, The Devil Made Me Do It. Both really good films.
Yeah, I seriously doubt that. But you go on with your bad self, Milan. All right, excellent work. Thanks a lot, mate. 0345 6060 973. People, please stop eating. I mean, you've spent all that money. I mean, either go to a restaurant and eat or go to the cinema, not both. And as for those places that are, I mean, I feel a degree of sympathy, I suppose, with cinemas that can't make it as cinemas and they've got to pretend to be restaurants with a film accompaniment. Which just does not work for me. It's like you go into a restaurant and they've got the TV on. You can't take your eyes off it. And it becomes an unsatisfactory experience both for eating and for watching. You can't do both unless you're at home, when you have total control over the pause button and the volume and all of the rest of it. And you can legally thrash whoever is with you in your own lounge that makes a noise. Oops, wrong one. There. Gaz tweets, did you see Sky News climate change programme mentioned a NASA report? It found the moon is wobbling off its orbit, resulting in the increase of flooding as tidal waves rise. All this on top of man-made climate change. Just thought I'd point it out. I have not seen that. The moon is wobbling. No, it's not. Wobbling? What do you mean wobbling? It's perfectly still. I saw it just the other day. Wobbling in what manner? Wobbling on its axis? I mean, it doesn't describe a circle around us. It describes sort of an ovoid. It's educational, this show, isn't it?
No.
An ovoid. Not an ovum, because there we are back with chicken eggs again. Ovoid. Wobbling. NASA. What do they know about space? Let's try this bloke again. Maybe he's paying attention this time. Tulse Hill. Hugh.
Yes, I'm here. Oh, good. I've got you at last. Thank goodness. I hesitate to ask this because I was given a sort of alert early in the morning because someone was filling in for Steve Allen, who was ill.
An alert?
Warning!
Yes.
That sort of, yes. Yeah, but unfortunately it's not an amusing subject, despite the fact I find your programme very, very entertaining under normal circumstances.
Under normal circumstances?
Yeah, until this happened.
What?
And you were talking about the slaughterhouses, and I believe I would like the details of what you said, because I can't remember. You worked in a slaughterhouse. I find it deeply upsetting.
I didn't.
Bear with me. I'm sorry it's not a live minute.
I did not work in a slaughterhouse.
Good.
I worked in a pie factory.
Oh, I beg your pardon.
Yeah,
I apologise.
the animals were completely dead by the time they got to us. Otherwise, they'd have crawled out underneath the pastry.
Well, that's slightly better, I suppose. But you saw some pretty gruesome things, I imagine.
I saw great vats of, talk about wobbling. I saw great vats of wobbling, gelatinous, meat-like product, which is okay if you see it in a pie, but is not okay if you see it in a vat on wheels that's 6 foot across.
Yes, I can imagine that can't be pleasant.
I don't think you can imagine, Hugh.
Well, perhaps not. but then you're not 71, and I am.
71 years old?
Yes.
What, after a certain age, your imagination goes?
A lot goes, but yes.
Just imagine the most vile thing you've ever seen in a vat and double it.
Yeah. So I'm glad I'm wrong in the sense that you did not work in what I call the nasty end of a slaughterhouse.
Yeah. But what difference does it make?
That.
I mean, the animals were still dead. Somebody had to kill them, and then they got sent to us. They got chopped up into little bits and then sent to us. So, and then you eat them. So you're guilty too, animal killer.
Well, very little. In fact, I eat hardly any meat. The only meat would be in a certain breakfast sausage.
Guilty.
And I eat, well, not quite, not fully.
Absolutely. I mean, if somebody made a breakfast sausage out of you, which part would you like to give up?
Well, that's cannibalism, isn't it, or something?
Well, it depends who's doing the eating. Maybe give it to a pig. That's not cannibalism. That's lunch to a pig.
Yeah, you've got me in knots.
Yeah.
Well, I've only asked for that. It's my own fault. Okay. No,
How can you have a position against killing animals and yet eat them?
With great difficulty. Well, I don't eat, as I say, I eat virtually nothing. I eat all this vegan
You
stuff,
just said sausages.
No. I have breakfast sausage, which contains a very small amount of meat, and that is all.
Okay, I'll go back to my original question. Somebody is going to make a meal out of a very small part of you. Which bit do you want to give up?
I have to plead ignorance. I don't know.
Right.
I don't know.
Well, points to a part.
Sorry? Pardon?
Give us an area, a vague area.
I'm lost. Sorry.
Right, okay.
Perhaps, I mean, I know you can tie me up in knots. Of course you can. That goes...
It's just a bit weird to have a position against killing animals while also admitting that you eat them, even though in small amounts.
Well, when you say weird, I mean, how many people could do the nasty work and then say, oh, well, at least I kill the food I eat? Very, very few, because it's all behind closed doors, as you know.
Right. I mean,
Not in every
people
country
don't.
it's like that.
Yeah, people like you who eat sausages. I mean, sausage does not look at...
No, well, breakfast sausage
Wait
has
a minute.
very small...
What difference does it make breakfast sausage? Well, it doesn't make any difference what time of day you eat it. That animal still had to die for your...
No, it's called... No, sorry. I'm sorry. It's the name, a trade name. It's called breakfast sausage.
Right,
There's nothing to do with the time of day.
You better not eat breakfast sausage at lunch or dinner, because that would just be weird.
Well,
it's probably written on the packet. You enter into a contract not to eat this sausage after 10 a.m.
Oh, I wouldn't sign anything like that.
I think you've agreed to the terms and conditions when you purchased it.
Yeah. I'm sorry. As you've gathered, I'm new to this game,
right.
and I'm a lot older than you, so I'm not exactly... don't have your verbal dexterity, unfortunately.
You don't have to be verbally dexterous to know that you can't maintain a position on killing animals while also admitting that you eat them, albeit in small amounts, and only at breakfast. I mean, just because it happens in the morning doesn't mean to say that you are innocent. You are guilty.
No. Sorry. It's not. It's nothing to do with the time of day. It's just something called a well-known supermarket calls it. Yeah,
right.
It's not a sausage.
Right.
It's not a sausage in the normal sense.
Does it contain meat?
Presumably, yes, a little bit.
Oh my God, he doesn't even care.
I do care.
You heartless killer.
But we've skillfully got off the point about whether you say you only dealt with the meat side with this pie factory, which is a new one on me, right? Because the presenter at the time didn't mention anything like that.
Which presenter?
He gave whoever it was who was in place of Steve Allen.
Yeah,
that's right.
He was talking about me.
He was explaining that, and it's odd because it was early in the morning. So Steve Allen, as you know, is 4 o'clock onwards.
Yeah.
This guy,
this guy was talking about me.
Yeah,
he was talking about me working in a slaughterhouse. Why was I the topic of the day on the Steve Allen show? I mean, I know Steve Allen didn't have to go on about me.
No, he wasn't
making up stories about me. Liar! Thanks a lot, Steve. See what you've done. You confused this old gentleman.
Well, I don't know. Old, yes. I don't know about gentleman, but anyway. All I was trying to say was that it was the presenter was in place of Steve Allen.
Yes, in place of Steve Allen. And he was about me. Right. Okay. Well, he wants to mind his own business. I did not kill any animals. Those animals were freshly dead by the time they got to me.
Okay. Well, that's something. Well, I'm glad to hear
it's not much, but it's something. And finally, we got there. Okay, thanks a lot, Hugh, for whatever that was. So, Ian Payne, I believe, is the guilty party. Guilty! For spreading misinformation. I'm going to call him misinformation. About me working in a slaughterhouse. I never did nothing. Weren't me. That's the reason why this studio does not look like the confectionery aisle in Tesco's, just because Steve Allen's not in. I was searching around trying to find something to eat. Like a biscuit or something like that, because there's just so much stuff in here that he leaves. He's like the Cookie Monster, just shedding packets and boxes and stuff behind him, like the Cookie Monster. Hey, about that moon wobble, by the way, a moon wobble will contribute to an increase in severe flooding in the mid-2030s. NASA has warned the moon's orbit, which affects the Earth's tides, has a natural wobble every 18.6 years that causes extremely high and low tides. In a new study published by Nature Climate Change, NASA's Sea Level Change Science team calculated that the next wobble in the mid-2030s will amplify rising sea levels caused by climate change. Pfft, rubbish. You see how easy it is to dismiss science? Pfft, what do they know? NASA. Wobble? Never heard anything so silly in all my life. The moon doesn't wobble. What do you mean, wobble? Wobble in what way? How does it wobble? I mean, surely if it was going to wobble, it would wobble all the time. Otherwise, what makes it wobble 18.6 years? Once every 18.6 years. Why does it wobble then? I mean, what is it, like saving itself up for a special occasion? Timothy texts, Nick, don't worry. Now Branson has launched his spaceship. He can take us all to another planet now that we've ruined this one. Yeah. Yeah, what was that? What is that about? Billionaires and their space race. For crying out loud. People are starving to death down here, and they're splurging money on boys' toys. Talk about not reading the room. Got the biggest recession in history. We've got millions of people who have been displaced by war and famine and all of the rest of it, and they're entertaining themselves with shiny gadgets. Plus, it was like 15 minutes long from start to finish. It got about 30 seconds of floating, and that was it. And they were talking about it like it was, the event of the millennium. Remember where you were. They actually said those words. Remember where you were when you saw this magnificent event. Not really. Looked like 4 people in a plane to me. Julia texts, with the hot weather everyone will be saying this weekend, hot enough for you? Well, I've already said, gosh, it's hot. I'm saying it now to save time later. I'm going to be complaining about the heat.
Whinging and whining and moaning.
After having complained about a lack of heat for the last 7 months.
Stop whining.
I won't. Ranjit. Oldbury.
Mate.
Yes, Ranjit.
How are you?
Great,
You okay?
mate. Yes, super. Thanks for asking.
Yeah, they always come to me in my chippy, yeah?
What?
It's hot out. I work in a chip shop, yeah?
A chip shop?
Yeah.
Right.
So they all come in and say, it's hot out there, but it's even hotter in there.
Yeah, I would imagine. Are you frying tonight?
Okay. You're getting more and more like Boris Johnson, yeah?
What?
Okay. Because at the start, he was talking about climate change.
Yes.
And you've twisted moved subject so many times.
Mm-hmm.
I've had to keep track. You know, the last caller you had,
right,
who says he's a vegetarian. Well, he didn't say he's a vegetarian. He doesn't eat meat, but he has...
Doesn't eat meat, apart from, all that meat that he eats. Yeah.
That was just hilarious. I think you've really killed that 5 minutes of your show just talking to that fella. Mate, if he's listening still, I found him hilarious. Okay, 2 things that really annoy me, Nick.
Couple of 3 things, yes.
Two things, yeah, basically. One is how the government masks average wages, yeah? They say to people, the average wage in this country is £30,000.
Yeah. There's 3 different types of average, as any fool know, and they use the average that is most flattering to their argument.
That's it, right? So if you get someone like a professional footballer who's on £500,000 a week, and then you're on, say, £2,000 a week.
For the benefit of saving time, I'll summarise it for you. If Bill Gates is in a pub and you walk into the pub, then you take the average age by adding up the amount that people earn and then dividing it by the number of people in that pub. Everyone in that pub's a billionaire.
There you are. That's it. So these people mask it, right? And you, as someone in the media who's prominent,
Yeah.
you should start a campaign which says, right, we want you to divide it into brackets. How much of the population in Great Britain earns under £20,000?
Yeah, I would say I'd say the majority.
Yes, that's it. So,
I mean, they say that the average wage in this country is £25,000, but that's because there's a small number of people who earn a vast amount, which pulls the average up. But that's not what most people's experience is.
Yeah, and then you've been talking about cows, so that's the biggest BS I've ever heard. And the other one is, when we talk about climate change, I agree there's climate change, but the way they should do stuff is to work out the carbon footprint of the products that we use, yeah? So if we're going to... I mean, I used to be a lorry driver before, so I would pick up 30 tons of cardboard, which gets shipped to China to be reprocessed into paper and then brought back here. So we're dumping all the carbon emissions to China because it's all about the money.
Exactly right. Yeah, we pretend that we're doing our bit to protect the environment and to reduce the amount of carbon in the air, but what we're actually doing is just chucking all of our stuff abroad and kidding on like it doesn't exist anymore.
And do you know that big cities, trade the amount of tonnage that they can put into landfill and all that kind of stuff with their waste transfer notices with other cities who've got less.
Right. Yeah. All of that trading stuff and all of that nonsense is just people pretending to do something as opposed to actually doing something. What people don't want to do is change their lifestyle in any way, shape, or form, and politicians know that, and then they play on that. They try to kid on that they're doing something to make us feel good about ourselves. Oh, we put a can in a recycling bin. Yeah, that'll save the planet. They take that recycling and throw it into a big hole in the ground, or they put it on a ship and send it to China. China. Let's have a call in Uxbridge. Jonathan.
Hi, Nick. I want to know why, and basically this is all stems from the, you probably heard the announcement tonight about the government now putting, France still on the amber list, but you're now into quarantine yet again. They're not changing that on Monday. Why, if you're forced into quarantine after returning from an amber country, have you got to take 2 COVID tests? Because I don't see the point, because all it does is basically just take people out of quarantine who are supposed to be isolating, get them onto public transport, down to a testing centre, just potentially just infecting a load of other people. Just doesn't make any sense.
No.
And it's 160 odd quid as well. It's just a scam.
Well, it's some people are spending way more than that. It's absolutely amazing how much some people are being forced to spend on this. It's almost as though the government has got no idea what it's doing.
Well, it's funny you should say that. I basically, I was kind of all in favour of and supportive of this government, but I can't understand. I mean, France have got 10 times fewer cases than us, yet we're putting restrictions back on them. I've had 2 jabs, so, I was all set to go. I'm actually going to France in a week and a half's time, and obviously that's all kind of up in the air now.
Yeah, take a boat.
But, you say that, it's probably, it's probably the easy option at this point, but it's like, how can you run a country where the goalposts are constantly changing? It's just, international travel has become impossible. And I get, we need to protect the borders and everything else. But to change things on a whim within days of the enforcement coming into effect just screws everybody. It costs a huge amount of money. You said, with the tests and that, flights, hotels. Yeah. It's just a nightmare.
It just doesn't make any sense. Apart from anything else, they'll say, this area now is a very high COVID infection rate, and so we must insist that you get back here by a certain date, after which we will test you and isolate you and etc. and so on. And so everybody piles into planes to come back before that date, and then they just wander through Heathrow unimpeded. Because presumably the virus won't attach itself to anybody before the government-mandated date.
Well, it feels like Heathrow base. All the international airports are basically breeding grounds for this, because anybody that's coming in that's got it is going to pass it on to somebody in a passport queue. And then at that point, you're supposed to quarantine. But then, if you've had the 2 jabs and you can move around, yes, you can pass it on. But what is the point of going home quarantining for 10 days, but still having to take 2 tests. I don't see the logic, and I can only see that it's a money-making thing because it's costing an absolute fortune.
Well, at this point, I would not be surprised. But, Jonathan, you live in Uxbridge. Why on earth would anybody want to live somewhere, would want to leave somewhere as beautiful as Uxbridge to go to France?
Do you know who my MP is? You won't believe it.
No, I do know. Yeah, he's never been there. Yeah. I bet.
No,
I bet he wouldn't be able to find Uxbridge with a sat-nav.
Well, I did. In fact, funny enough, I did write to him on Wednesday because there was this because basically to top it all, I've had that COVID shield, the AstraZeneca, the one that was sort of made in India, and there was this big scare that the EU wouldn't recognise it. So I had all that, and I wrote to him about that, and then blow me, come 40 hours later, this hit. But yeah, I think he's lost the plot. I'll be honest. I think I think he's going to lose the country if he's not careful. He's got to be very careful that he keeps the support that he's been relying on, because I can see him just losing it.
Well, yeah, he can't fool all of the people all of the time, but he's fooling a significant number of the people, just enough to to maintain a stonking majority by getting a minority of the votes. That's the screwed up nature of the democratic system in this country. But thanks a lot, Jonathan. Leaving the beautiful environs of Uxbridge to go to Icky, France. Can you believe that? I spent 4 years in Uxbridge, so I know exactly what it's like. Nobody can tell me about Uxbridge. Damien emails, so what do you reckon to the end of lockdown? Are we heading for another disaster? Worrying times ahead. Never mind the weather, but it must be climate change. We can see the effects of this on the planet, but Bodger and his cronies will still go on their exotic holidays, and guaranteed the countries they're going to will be on the green list. Good old Bodger, what dingalings, says Damien, who spelt "there" wrong every time he wrote it. Never mind. Better luck next time. There was a lot in there. What do you think about the end of lockdown? I think that it won't be the end of lockdown. I think it will be a short pause, and then we'll be back in it shortly. And the weather is climate change. What's alarming about climate change is the things that they predicted might happen in 10, 20, 30 years, they seem to be happening now. There'll be a point at which, assuming that you believe in climate change and that you're not one of those people that just thinks it's weather because you read it on Facebook. At some point, it won't be gradual anymore. It will be like turning a light switch off or on, whichever is your choice. It'll happen really quickly, and it'll be like one day to the next. It seems to be happening right now, doesn't it? France and Germany and Luxembourg and Belgium are they're sinking. And America on the west coast, it's been 111 degrees for day after day after day. They ain't got no rain. They're running out of water. We've got tornadoes in towns in this country. There was a rain of biblical proportions, it was described at the start of this week. Simon Cowell's basement flooded. Oh, no. So it seems to be happening right now, doesn't it? But we're just going along, oh, no, everything will be okay. Don't worry about a thing. If it does actually happen like scientists say it will, then it's going to make the COVID nightmare seem like a picnic. Daniel says, I read on the news today that the Amazon rainforest is expelling more carbon dioxide than it's absorbing now. The cracks are really starting to show. Yeah, exactly. I didn't know anything about this either. I didn't know about the moon wobbling or the Amazon rainforest expelling more carbon dioxide than it absorbs. This is a very educational show, isn't it? No. The Amazon rainforest is now emitting more carbon dioxide than it's able to absorb. Scientists have confirmed. The emissions amount to 1 billion tons of carbon dioxide a year. Wow. How do they know how much it weighs? It doesn't weigh anything, does it? Isn't it in the air? Air weighs nothing. And that's a fact. The giant forest had previously been a carbon sink, absorbing the emissions, driving the climate crisis, but is now causing its acceleration. Forests used to be our friend. Most of the emissions are caused by fires, deliberately set to clear land for beef and soy. That's us that is doing that. But even without these fires, hotter temperatures and droughts mean that the southeastern Amazon has become a source of CO2 rather than a sink. Growing trees and plants have taken up about a quarter of all fossil fuel emissions since 1960, with the Amazon playing a major role as the largest tropical forest. Losing the Amazon's power to capture CO2 is a stark warning that slashing emissions from fossil fuels is more urgent than ever, scientists said. Is anybody paying attention?
No.
Yeah, and all that stuff that we're doing is, I mean, Bodger and his chums, they just seem to keep talking about scientific breakthroughs that haven't happened yet. Oh, don't worry about any of that. Science will fix it. We'll build machines that will scrub the carbon dioxide from the air and make it into briquettes that you can use to build a wall. By that method, we'll save the planet. Yeah, no, we won't. Stop pretending that that science is going to solve it for you. You've got to solve it ourselves right now. And so I think when people say, "Oh, well, you know, we are carbon zero because we planted some trees." They're saplings. They ain't taking no CO2 out of the air, and they won't be doing so for another 30 years. And then they'll get cut down, or they'll burst into flames because of lightning strikes. They'll get cut down, and we'll use them to barbecue our beef on. Get turned into briquettes. So nothing's, you know, planting a tree ain't going to make no difference for decades. And even after that point, it's going to release its CO2 into the air unless we, by some massively energy-intensive method, sequester it in the earth. We ain't going to do nothing. We're going to sit here and twiddle our thumbs and pretend we're going to do something while the waters rise all around us. When it's lapping against the bottom of our nostrils, then we'll think, oh, well, okay, let's do something now. Too late. Richie texts, Nick, seaweed is delicious and nutritious. So try some spicy Korean tofu soup with seaweed. It's amazing, says Richie. It's amazing. Yeah, it's a no from me. Eddie texts, Nick, cows produce far less methane when garlic is added to their feed. Oh, the smell of their breath, though. It's a good job the udders are at the other end. They're at the other end. They are actually, that is a fact, they are at the other end. That's where you'll find the udders, at the other end. Jack tweets, I'm driving home in a hatchback, so I already have my head out of the window. He's talking about the Perseids. News story, one of the most dramatic is in inverted commas, so I don't know whether that's them being sarcastic. One of the most dramatic meteor showers of the year is starting tonight, offering stargazers in the Northern Hemisphere, which is right here, a chance to see dozens of very fast and bright meteors.
Yowza.
If you find yourself struggling to sleep in this weekend's heat, then just look up into the sky and you'll be off in about 10 seconds flat.
Boring!
Meteor showers are just so dull. I mean, nothing ever happens. You'd be staring and staring and staring and staring, and then you'll look away at your watch thinking, blimey, I've been in there for half an hour, and somebody will say, oh, there's one. And you look up and it's gone. It's just a tiny little white light in the sky, and it's gone. Big deal. Is that spoiling it for you?
Yes.
A little bit, yeah. It's magical. Mikey emails, what ho, Nick, is this heatwave the result of Brexit? Absolutely it is the result of Brexit.
Brexit's going great.
No doubt, Nige. Let's have a call in Hackney. Hello, Dave.
Hi, Nick. How are you doing?
Good, thanks.
What's happening?
Oh, just doing a radio show. Nothing much.
All right. Are you getting paid?
Just hanging out.
Cool. Are you getting paid?
Are you?
Yeah.
How much?
There's quite a lot more than you.
A lot? How much?
A lot more than you.
A lot more than me?
A huge amount more than you.
How much more than me?
Factors more than you.
Factors?
Quantum levels.
Wow, that sounds fantastic, Dave.
Yeah. I'm older than you as well.
Is that it?
No.
A listener with material.
Oh, no.
Really bad material as well. Needs a bit of work there, Dave. Caroline says, one of the few good things to come out of the pandemic is the reduction of flights and carbon emissions. Well, I don't know if I'm imagining this, but was the sky a bit bluer last year when we were all stuck indoors? I think it probably was. I mean, we didn't have those contrails. Of course, contrails are an evil plot by the world's liberal media elite to control people's brains by squirting them with, juice. I've got no idea. I think the contrails sort of, they spread out, and there's this haze, a crazy, lazy, hazy day of summer, and the skies were a little bit bluer last year, weren't they? Or am I imagining it? Just my imagination running away with me? Mr. H says, Nick, regarding climate change, is this something we could solve with a wristband? Yes. Yeah, that's right. Maybe Hazza and Sparkles have got one of their climate change wristbands. He wears so many wristbands, I'm amazed he can get his hand off the floor. Haven't heard about Hazza and Sparkles for at least the last 3 minutes. So let me just assume that the public's opinion remains the same.
Boo!
Let's have Yorkshire. Mike.
Hi, Nick.
Mike.
Yeah, just a couple of bits that since I rang up have come up. You're right, the sky was bluer because after 9/11 in America, they banned all flights. And the sky was...
Not all flights.
No, after 9/11 in America banned all flights.
Not all flights.
Oh, well, I'm mistaken. But anyway...
The Saudi royal family managed to get on their planes.
Absolutely.
Yeah, they scarpered quick sticks.
But they proved that the skies over America were bluer because of the aviation ban in USA after 9/11.
Okay.
So you're right, the skies were bluer. The other bit about the interesting thing that your last caller, I think, not your last caller, the caller before that, said about France and getting moved. The reason, on the scale, the reason they moved it is because the beta variant has had an uptick in France. So within hours, they've put France on the list.
Right.
But why didn't they put India on the list when the Johnson variant broke out in India?
Well, we know full well why they didn't put India on the list, because Bodger was trying to get a huge and tremendous trade deal out of India, so he was sucking up to the Indian PM.
So it proves they do know what to do, they just choose when to do it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then they tell us that they're following the science.
Which was my next point that I was coming on to, because I was wondering whether this is Bodger's last big gamble. Freedom Day on Monday and let it rip. Against all the scientific advice, and to be fair to him, he didn't ever say during the briefing, we're following the scientific advice, and Whitty was backpedaling as fast as he could off it.
Yeah, no, they have said that. They have said that we're following the scientific advice. The scientific advice is specifically that if we open now, then it will be in the summer when it's safer to do so and the schools are out, and we're not all stuck indoors. That's what they're saying. They are saying that they're following the scientific advice. Meanwhile, the scientists are going, no, don't do it. It ain't worth it.
But they're following it selectively. They're saying the science advises that it's better to do it now than October, November.
Right.
But they didn't say that the science said it was a good idea to do it now.
Yeah, well, it's the science, if you look hard enough, can also tell you that it's best to, when you eat, to put the food up your nose. I'm sure you could get a scientist to tell you that, and then that you would be following the science if you, stuck your food up your nose.
But yeah,
it is the position of this radio station, by the way, that all food should be entered into the body through the nasal cavities.
As opposed to fireworks or flares.
Yeah, if you have any fireworks, then light them and then clench them between the buttocks while sticking your food up your nose. That is the official position of LBC.
Can I just have one more, Nick?
Yes.
My first grandchild, Grace, was born on Tuesday, and I hope the world survives to make a good life for her.
Context. So, hi, Nick. We have been basking in sun. Only 25 degrees, sitting outside. It's been lovely. Does that make sense? Maybe it means we've been basking in sun only. 25 degrees, sitting outside. It's been lovely. But he doesn't tell us where he's been. And I don't care. Thanks a lot, John. We don't wish to know that. Philip says, July was so hot. I've been having to wear a jumper and put my heating on at night. Yeah, so have I. I haven't... This is like the first day I've actually taken my jumpers off. And that's jumpers plural. Which is very, very unsatisfying. I am not completely satisfied with this summer. He says, in 100 years' time, we can live somewhere warm like Titan. That's a moon of Saturn, which I bet you didn't know, says Philip. Any fool knows that. It's what they named the boat after. Titanic. Ic being the Latin suffix for boat. Did you know that? It's a fact. James says COVID is going to end at 8:10 a.m. and 0 seconds on Monday morning. Well, I'll know when that is. Let's have Regent's Park, Vance.
Hi, Nick. I'm enjoying your program as usual.
Thanks.
Thanks,
Vance.
Okay. I've got a really serious point to make.
Oh, no.
When Wendy called you about half an hour ago, she used the words free-range organic, talking about eggs.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm just thinking, if Bodger is listening, he'll probably steal those words and talk about free-range organic levelling up. And so we've given him a new soundbite. Do you realise that?
Oh, my God.
Can you imagine what he'll do with that as a soundbite? People will love him for it. He'll win the next election.
Vance, stop speaking. Another listener with material.
Oh, no.
Even worse than the last one. Thanks a lot, mate. 0345 6060 973. You should be ashamed of yourself. I'm ashamed of yourself. Ricky tweets, hey, Ricky, you're so fine, you blow my mind, hey, Ricky. He says, to paraphrase a gag by the late, great Bob Monkhouse, we all laughed when Bodger said he wanted to be Prime Minister, and I think we all know the rest of that. 0345 6060 973. Let's have Glasgow. Robert.
Oh, hello, Nick.
Robert.
Can you hear me?
I can. Yes, go ahead.
Hold on, I take you off speaker.
Yeah.
Oh, Nick, I tell you what, good morning, by the way. I'm really enjoying the show, as usual. So what I wanted to ask you was, what do you think's going to happen on Freedom Monday in London and surrounding districts?
Nothing much on Monday, or Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, or probably the next week after that. But then the following week, then things are really going to start taking off.
I'm looking forward to the carnage. Yeah. I know that sounds pretty bad, but I can just see leading to another lockdown in England.
I'm sure it will. I'm absolutely convinced of that. If it doesn't, I'll be stunned.
And I'm sure, I don't know if Boris Johnson's thought this through or whatever, but...
You're funny.
Yes, but no, on a serious note.
Right.
Do you think he's doing this so it'll lead to another lockdown and will have everyone under control?
I think keeping us permanently off kilter and sort of out of sorts seems to be the plan. If it's not the plan, then that seems to be the end result of everything that they're doing.
Yeah. Your point's well taken. That's really all I've got to say.
Okay, well, it sounded like you said it. Is it raining there, Robert?
No, it's not raining. It's a very pleasant night, Nick. It's a very pleasant night. I've got the windows open, and I'd say it's about 6 degrees. Yeah, it's pleasant.
6?
Yeah,
6
degrees.
Don't you mean 60?
No, 6 degrees. I'm a Celsius man. 6 degrees Celsius. I don't know what that is. So, and Fahrenheit.
It's close to freezing, isn't it?
No, it's not.
6?
It's not.
Well, it is. If 0 is freezing, 6 is very close to freezing. Do you want me to tell you what the weather is like where you are?
No, not at all.
Well, I'm going to, whether you like it or not. It's, at the moment, you're at 15 degrees.
What, Fahrenheit or centigrade?
It
can't be Fahrenheit. It can't be centigrade.
It's centigrade. It's centigrade. 15 If it was 15 Fahrenheit, you would not have the window open. Believe me.
Yeah. Okay then. Okay, your point's well taken. I'm getting a bit sleepy and a bit dopey. But
okay then.
Thanks very much.
Okay, no, thank you. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
He's getting a bit sleepy and dopey. At least two of the dwarfs. 0345 6060 973. Linda says Formula One won't be the same when they're forced to use electric cars. Maybe they'll have to use revving sounds and smoke effects on each car to get the right atmosphere. Well, that's a good point. I mean, nobody can actually enjoy the noise of those cars. I mean, you just can't. They're awful. I mean, so the kids that bring those luminous spaceships over from Saudi Arabia and all the sandy countries, and they bomb up and down Northumberland Avenue and they crawl around Harrods, revving their engines like morons. Those things actually they don't sound that bad. I mean, it sounds like somebody pulling the earth apart. What's the point of having one of those cars? I mean, apart from to impress other teenagers, what's the point in having one of those cars? Okay, so you can do 0 to 60 in 3 seconds, but when will you ever use that? None of those people use it at the track. I mean, you wouldn't want to risk getting your £250,000 car bent by bombing it around a track. Of course you're not. Plus, you'd have to buy a new set of tyres every time you do it. Not that would bother them one iota. But those things, they sound okay, I suppose. But Formula One, it's just painful to listen to. I just don't get it as a... Well, it's not a sport, obviously, because the car's doing all the work. I just don't see it as something to look at. What are you... You're just waiting for the crash. Is that it? I mean, they very rarely crash anymore. I know it's spectacular when they do, but they very rarely do. Around and around and around they go, and nothing ever happens. The person who starts at the front ends at the front. It's the car. It's not the driver, it's the car. They should just have mechanics go around, determine which is the best car, and then just award them the prize. You don't have to do the race. Hey, the Olympics are starting soon. Isn't that exciting?
No.
There's not going to be any audience. There's not going to be crowds there. I mean, I suppose there'll be some people there, but it will sound a bit odd. Just their coaches clapping. Come on, Timmy. That kind of thing. Are they doing tennis? Tennis should not be an Olympic sport. I think you'll find that is correct.
Correct.
And neither should football, by the way. No team sports at all. No basketball, hockey, none of that stuff. Skateboarding is not an Olympic sport. Don't even try. The Olympics should all be about fighting. It should be fighting skills. It's like gladiatorial combat. That's what it should be about. It should be about running. because you've got to run away sometimes. You've got to swim away sometimes. You've got to chuck spears and stones and discs and, stuff like that. You've got to fight, of course, fighting in all of its different guises, absolutely. Horse riding, okay then, yes, sure, why not? That's about, killing people, riding on horses. Horses! But apart from that, there's just too many sports at the Olympics. I mean, swimming alone is about 36,000 different events, all of which look exactly the blooming same. It's not necessary. It's just got too big. But it's all about the money, honey. But there ain't going to be no money no more. Not for Japan. I mean, they're not going to get any ticket sales, and they're not going to get any tourists there either. God, Japan's going to be broke by the time it's over. And I think the Olympic Committee, they get all the money from the TV, don't they? I don't think Japan gets a bean. Well, I don't know whether that's true, but I think it costs about $1 billion to put on the Olympics, and the host country, I don't think that's where they get their money. The host country gets their money from selling tickets, and they ain't got no tickets to sell, and it costs, I don't know exactly how much, so I'll just pull a number out of space. £64 billion put on the Olympics. Can you believe that?
Yes.
Yeah, that actually is believable. 0345 6060 9. When does it start, by the way? Talk about a summer of sport. The festival of drug taking is about to begin. I mean, they'll be up to their eyeballs in all sorts of different unctuous potions and secretions, all of which have been carefully formulated to fool the invigilator. If it looks too good to be true, if in a 100-metre dash, for instance, the person that wins is 100 metres ahead of the person who comes second, then that's probably got something to do with drugs. A little bit.
Want to score some pot?
But not that drug. That's not performance enhancing. What's it called? Martin. Martin.
Nick, I have been waiting, actually.
You've been waiting?
Mm-hmm. Well, I've got a few things to say to you now, so I hope you let me finish. Firstly, if the moon is wobbling in the 2000s, it wobbles every 18 years. It wobbled in 2000. Did it wobble? I didn't feel it wobbling in 2000.
I didn't feel it either. No, I felt no wobble.
No, absolutely not. Secondly, if the animal I'm eating is vegetarian, then therefore me eating it isn't bad. Thirdly, I saw.
This is your third point. There was the wobble, and then there's if you eat an animal that's a vegetarian, that makes you a vegetarian. Yes. So third point.
I stand corrected. Apologies. If chemtrails are not made of their poison? Chemtrails are not poisonous haze. They are the air evaporating. They're condensing above the wing. Fourthly, we've just had
This is your fifth point now.
I stand corrected. Fifth point. If we've just eaten I've just had a dinner party, and that's why everyone else has gone to bed now, but I've stayed up to speak to you.
Right.
But
ain't I lucky?
You are. But, Nick, if let me finish, Nick. We've had some delicious steaks, and we enjoyed them very much, and therefore, if our enjoyment is tangible and meaningful, then therefore,
it isn't.
Nick, it was delicious.
Well, that's neither here nor there. But he does sound completely refreshed.
Booze.
A little bit, yeah. Okay, glad to hear about your excellent evening, Martin. Thanks a lot, mate. I'm at work, but don't worry about me. Linda texts, Formula One won't be the same when they're forced to use... Oh, no, I read that. Lewis says, Johnson was asked a question at PMQs on Wednesday about Tyrone Mings criticising Priti Patel's hypocrisy regarding racism. Within 2 sentences of his reply, he was talking about the vaccine. It's pathetic. They all do that. It's infuriating. They've all been told to do that. It doesn't matter what the question is, just keep banging on about the vaccine. What the people want to know about is not what you just asked me, it's about something else entirely that I learned off by heart before I came onto your show. Same at PMQs. They just spout on about the blooming vaccine or some other imagined great success. And they run down the clock, at which point they get off scot-free. Again. Painful. Gary tweets, Nick, creating a time machine is rather easy. It requires nuclear fusion and what you call dark matter with a magnetic field. What do you mean it's what I call? I don't call it any such thing. It requires nuclear fusion and what you call dark matter with a magnetic field. The magnetic field controls the acceleration forwards, de-acceleration backwards in time, just so you know, says Gary. Is that clear?
No.
Not really, no. Let's have, weirdly, the third call from Chertsey this evening. Sandra.
Hello, Nick. I thought this could be the night when all three residents of Chertsey phone in.
Yeah.
I thought I could throw some light on the slaughterhouse story. I heard Ian Payne. The last thing he was referring to wasn't very pleasant. He was talking when the farmer invited him to a slaughterhouse, which he didn't really want to, but he sort of said it could be useful for a radio show. And he told us...
If anybody invites you to a slaughterhouse...
Warning!
Be very concerned, because I think I've seen that film.
Oh. Well, anyway, he told, and I won't go into it because it was too upsetting, a sad story about a little lamb that escaped.
Oh, poor little lamb.
Yeah, it was pretty horrific. It rather put me off, much as I like
Put you off your dinner, yeah.
It put me off in this story. And then he went on to the poor cows. And later on, some poor chap phoned in to recite some poetry and even vetoed the Pretty Woman and another one with a female, and he ended up with a red robin bobbing along. And I thought, I would have been less upset by the Pretty Woman one than I would by the slaughterhouse story.
Right.
So,
I have no idea what you're talking about now, Sandra.
Oh, well, I thought that was quite clear. He was talking... you're having me on, aren't you?
No, I'm not having you on. Something about robins bobbing along and a poor little lamb. Something.
Yeah, well,
I've got no idea what you're on about now. But poetry? Boring! Nobody wants to hear your poetry.
Not mine.
There was a young man from Australia. Can I say that one? Apparently not. You know how that one goes, don't you, Sandra? Awful.
No, disgusting.
Terrible. Anyway, thanks a lot, Sandra, for whatever that was. Chertsey. I don't want to hear another word from anybody from Chertsey. I kid, of course. Jenny emails, Hi Nick, I wish I had the common sense to vote against my own interest by voting Conservative. Right. Don emails, the vaccine rollout has gone so well that now 47% of people in hospital with COVID were vaccinated. Yes, the vaccine rollout that we can only put down to our fine doctors, nurses and pharmacists has been overtaken. Hi Boris is bumbling herd immunity plan. Maybe his? I'll try it that way. Yes, the vaccine rollout that we can only put down to our fine doctors, nurses and pharmacists has been overtaken. His... That doesn't make any sense either. Hi, Boris is bumbling herd immunity. That makes no sense. Please, people, read your missive before pressing send. He says, I had my second jab a month ago, but caught COVID last week after eating in a restaurant, following Boris's rules to the letter. Probably not a good idea to follow Boris's rules to the letter.
Yeah. Wait a minute.
I mean, he doesn't. 0345 6060 973. Let's have a call in Spalding Moor, if indeed there is such a place. David.
From Chertsey.
Where's Spalding Moor?
We've had this discussion before. It's between Hull and York.
No, I wouldn't think so.
I definitely think so. Anyway, do you know what time on Monday that the pandemic's going to end?
8, 10 and 0 seconds.
That sounds perfect. Anyway, I think it's absolutely ridiculous. 140,000 fans at Silverstone.
Really? I think
unbelievable.
I think it's ridiculous that anybody could call themselves a fan of Formula One. I mean, if you go there, all you see is the cars go by. You don't get a sense of the race, do you?
Nick, you don't see anything. All you hear is vroom, and that's it.
Yeah, painful.
Anyway,
why anybody would subject themselves to that?
Here's my next point.
Mystery.
So, you were just talking about cars and Formula One spinning past and all the rest of it, but have you ever felt the tension at driving onto the A1 in such a short slip road that by the time you've actually got on to the A1, there's already a lorry right up your backside.
Right, because you're doing 20 miles an hour and everybody else is doing 70 miles an hour and you haven't had time to speed up.
Well, supposed to be doing 70.
Yeah.
Lorries maybe, yeah.
100, yeah. 120,
Yeah.
something like that, yeah.
There we go.
Always obey the highway code. Who always has right of way, David?
Me, of course.
Me? No, close. No, you fail this test. I want you to lock your car doors and then walk away. Never to use it again. Thanks a lot, Dave. 0345 6060 973. Mike texts, free range means they aren't in prison cells but can be fed rubbish. Organic is to do with their diet. Right. But I think but my impression was that organic has all sorts of connotations. That if it's organic eggs, then their lifestyle. Can the chickens have a lifestyle? I guess so. Their lifestyle is more enjoyable for what brief period they actually get to stay alive, before we slice them into bits and fry them into nuggets. I think that they enjoy life a bit more. They have a little bit more space, probably not as much as you would imagine, but a bit more than they would otherwise, which is why I buy organic. I mean, honestly, you can afford to buy organic eggs. You just can. They're at most 10p more. I mean, how many eggs are you going to eat a day? One, right? Can you afford 10 pence?
No.
Oh, well, forget it then. That's why I buy organic. We should all buy better and less. I mean, we could all, due to drop a few pounds, couldn't we? Just buy better and less. That's all. Now, we know that that's true. We know how to both do well by ourselves. Oh, my God, look at all these texts and emails. There's just loads. I've got Can you add an extra hour onto this? Because I'm going to need it to get through all this lot. Ian texts, go glad for see all the British eggs in the supermarket. What? He says, I was so tired of German and French eggs. Andy said, what's that mean? Andy said, I've never seen a German and a French egg in my life, even in Germany or France. Andy says, hi, Nick, are you saying that free-range organic chickens have town and country residences? If so, I would love to eat one. Eat the rich. Get Motorhead on the phone. They'll sing it to us.
Rock and roll!
Oskarshamn in Sweden. Robert.
Yeah. Hi there, Nick.
Robert.
Yeah. Hello.
Yes, Robert.
Yeah, yeah.
Hello.
Yeah, hello.
Hello.
When
Yes.
we were talking,
Hello. When we were talking, you were talking about the Olympics, it was boring sports, which I agree with.
There shouldn't be any team sports in the Olympics.
No, and then I can tell you, in 1912, the Summer Olympics were held in Stockholm, on Stockholm Stadium, and one of the sports was art. So there was
art, A-R-T, art.
Art.
What kind of art?
They were standing on. They were standing on the football field, and painting, and then judges came and said, 5 points for that and 7 points for that or something, and then there was a winner and he got the gold medal and silver medal and bronze. So.
Art, here's that story. Art competitions were held as part of the 1912 Summer Olympics in Stockholm in Sweden. It was the first time that art competitions were part of the Olympic programme. Medals were awarded in 5 categories: architecture, literature, music, painting and sculpture, for works inspired by by sport-related themes. Well, that's the silliest thing I've ever heard in my life.
Yeah, me too.
You Swedish people are nuts.
Yeah, we are that. We are we are nuts. And I have another thing. If you want, this can be some educational, but your show is educational.
It's very educational, yes.
And when you pronounced Greta Thunberg, you say Thunberg, and that's logic in English because it's a THUN, but it's Thunberg. So if you think of cartoon or tune, like tune song, tune.
So it's Greta Thunberg. Greta Thunberg. Is that what you're saying?
No, Greta Thunberg.
Yeah, Greta Thunberg. What do you pronounce it?
Greta Thunberg.
It just sounds like a noise. It sounds like you've got gas. Greta Thunberg, I think you'll find that is that is correct, Robert. You want to learn that by rote. Greta Thunberg. Say it after me.
Yeah. Greta Thunberg.
There you go. See, I'm teaching people Swedish who live in Sweden. That's the power of this programme.
You're a miracle.
Yes, that's right. Yes. Delivered personally by God. All right, thanks a lot, Robert. 0345 6060 973. I am stunned. They did art as a sport in the Olympics in Sweden. I had no idea that Swedish people were so kooky. Medals were awarded to these artists, but art competitions are no longer regarded as official Olympic events by the International Olympic Committee. I wouldn't think so. That's just daft. Huh. Well, I mean, they got some silly things at the Olympics now, but not anything quite that silly. At least it's more or less sports. Mostly. But it should all be about fighting. Am I right? Yes, I am. Tooting. Hello, Jan.
Oh, hi, Nick. Hi, good evening.
Jan.
How are you?
Great, mate.
Yeah, I thought I must share this with you because I'm surprised. But while I'm waiting to speak to you, I'm thinking maybe it's not. I shouldn't be so surprised about this. That about the national anthem. I know you have your sound thing on it. I don't know how you have it, but the melody of the national anthem, I've found out, has been used as the melody of it has been used. Hello. No. Sorry, ignore that. I think that's my alarm on my mobile.
Your alarm on your mobile?
Yeah, I haven't had the chance. I was connected and I didn't have the chance to switch it off.
Well, what's the alarm telling you?
To switch off. of my immersion heater, which I've already done, but I forgot to do the alarm. Nick,
yes,
is it irritating to hear it? No, it'll go off soon. Listen, about the national anthem.
Yeah.
Our national anthem was used by the Tsars in Russia as an imperial prayer for the Russians.
Really?
In 1860 to 1830. Yeah, I mean, I haven't yet.
We are using a second-hand tune.
No, it's an old tune. They think it's someone who wrote it in the 16th century or something.
Oh my God! We're using we're using a used tune.
It's a melody, but they're not quite sure who wrote it. You know, one of those things like. But it could be a British composer who wrote it in the 16th century.
I wouldn't think so. But we stuck the words on it, which is all about the king or queen of the day. It's got nothing to do with this country at all. It's all about one person. Give unto this person all of your best stuff, it says.
But it's also Germany as well. Germany used it in their empire for 1871 to 1918.
Right.
The melody, just the melody. I've yet to explore what the words are to the Russian prayer, which I'm interested in, imperial prayer. But then when you think of it, I don't know, and America's use the same melody in a patriotic song.
Oh my God, this is like third hand, this tune already. Can't we have something that's totally our own?
It's recent. It seems to crop up everywhere. Like something medieval that seems to be anonymous.
It's common. Is that what you're saying?
No.
A little bit.
Well, no, I mean, with the Commonwealth countries...
Frayed at the edges?
You wouldn't be surprised about it, would you? It's been used by Commonwealth countries
sold
and
as
the
seen.
Empire,
yeah.
colonies of the Empire, but not these countries like Russia and Germany. But there again, Queen Victoria was, in the end, related to... Well, I don't know the answer.
Yeah, if you go back far enough, then everybody's got raw blood in them.
Bizarre, but still, the countries had nothing to do with England, did they?
This song is a fixer-upper. Could do with improvement.
Well, you might have the Russian bread with your food.
Painful. Oh, God, it's so boring. We have the worst national anthem of any country on earth.
Yeah, no, why not add the Russian prayer to your soundboard?
The what?
The one that the Tsars used in Russia.
Funny you should mention that, but I have the Russian Tsars tune right here. Here it is. Always happy. Happy. That's what defined them, the Russian Tsars. Suffused with happiness.
The same melody.
Oh, God, you're still going on about this. Hey.
No, seriously, I can't believe it. It's almost unbelievable.
Hey, Jan. Turn your immersion heater off. Don't forget that. Isn't this an educational programme?
No.
0345 6060 973. A little bit excitable there, Jan. Calm down, dear. It might never Oh, no, that's right. It already has. Graham text, Mr. Tumble is the spitting image of Grant Shapps. I've got no idea who Mr. Tumble... Well, I know... now I could pick him out of a lineup, being as I know who he's the spitting image of, but I don't know who Mr. Tumble is. Sounds like he should be in jail, to me, just as a precaution. Levi texts... NASA has warned that the moon wobble is about to bring a surge of flooding in the 2030s. I can't wait, says Levi. Must be a surfer. Surfer dude.
Yowza.
Declan emails, forget popcorn. Whoever thought of adding nachos with cheese sauce? That's louder than popcorn. How is it louder? Nachos with cheese sauce. Because if nachos come with a cheese sauce, then they'll be on like a plate. Surely. How's that louder than popcorn? Popcorn is served in a drum, which magnifies the sound. It's the stupidest thing to have in a cinema. It shouldn't be on sale. It should be against the law. Get Priti Patel on the phone. Right now, I mean it. Tell her I've spotted a dinghy. Sharif.
Hello.
Sharif.
How you doing?
Good, thanks. Can I ask you a question?
Yes.
What was the storm like this week?
Well, I'll tell you what. We had a river running past. It was apocalyptic, really. You know, it's quite interesting. But our drains are particularly. They're all Victorian and very old. That's why.
Yeah. Well, the people are saying that it's because posh Notting Hill types are digging these mega basements, so the water's got nowhere to go.
That's what they're doing. They're doing that, and it's disgusting.
Well, that seems a bit harsh. Disgusting.
Well, listen, Nick. Just because I know you're running out of time here, I would say this to you, just so you know, because my wife has been self-isolating because a member of her school has had COVID, right? And she's been isolating for 10 days, and she's been working from home teaching, although the Daily Telegraph reckons that she's being lazy.
What, her personally?
Well, no, just every teacher, because apparently they didn't want to work during the summer, apparently, because they wanted a rest, right. even though MPs are all going off on their holidays and turning off their phones.
Exactly.
You know, but what I would say to you is, I was sitting here about 12 o'clock this afternoon, and my phone went ping, and apparently I was sitting next to somebody who was COVID positive, right?
Mm.
And I looked at it, and it said I've got 12 hours to isolate. And when I looked on my phone, the contact I had with the person was on the 6th, right?
What?
So I only found out...
What? The 6th?
Yeah.
It's the 16th. Oh, no, it's the 17th now.
Yeah, that's how long it took them to tell me. They told me today.
Oh, my God.
I was wandering around all over the place. Can you imagine, potentially? I've been trying to do my best to try and look after everybody.
Spreading disease.
I know, and this is the point. I've been doing my best because I'm socially distancing, wearing a mask, doing all this stuff. And the idea that now I've just been told that I've got 12 hours and then I'm going to be out of isolation, and they've just suddenly told me now. I mean, what was the 250 billion pounds? What was it for?
I'm not sure they spent quite that amount of money, although, you know, I wouldn't be remotely surprised. Once you get
the trousering that occurred.
Yeah, once you get past the first billion, then it's all just funny money, ain't it?
I know. But it just amazes me because I just got this ping, and it was like my wife was self-isolating for 10 days, and I got a ping today, and it just said, your isolation will be over in 12 hours. And now I've just reached it now. I just got a ping saying...
Congratulations.
You know, yes, more or less.
So are you absolutely sure? So you got the end pings...
Yeah. No, I looked it up. Honestly,
but not
Nick,
the beginning ping.
Nick, I looked it up. And the identification where I had the contact with somebody was at the 6th. I had no idea about it. The only time they contacted me was today, and it was the day before I'm supposed to come out of self-isolation. So I could well be spreading stuff all over the bloody place. And I've been trying my best not to, wearing a mask, self-isolating. And this is the Dido Harding Serco scenario.
She is fantastic, isn't she?
Yeah, she's great.
By fantastic, I mean, you know, like science fiction.
Yeah, science fiction, indeed. But just so, what good is it? What good is it to me to find out 1 hour before?
Yeah,
you know, it's unbelievable.
As Edwin Starr sang, "Ping." What's it good for? Absolutely nothing.
Well, that's how it seems, Nick.
Say it again. All right. We appreciate your cooperation, Sheriff, even though you didn't give us any. Thanks a lot, mate. 0345 6060 973. That whole contact tracing thing's going excellently well, Bodger.
Contact tracing.
Oh, give it up, mate. You're never going to get it. Embarrassing. He's the Prime Minister of this country. Can you believe that?
No.
Dave tweets, I can't believe people still cling to the belief that we have an opposition. The PM is the head of HM government, and KS, Keir Starmer, is a knight of the realm. The police and army swear allegiance to the Queen, so everything is going according to plan. A plan? Yeah, I'm not sure they have a strategy any more than Donald Trump did.
There's no strategy. I have no strategy. There's zero strategy.
Chris texts, I wonder, will someone from the press or media ask the Department of Education what they are actually doing to improve ventilation in schools, especially senior? Opening windows in winter isn't practical. The need to ventilate classroom, toilets, changing room, etc. all winter will be awful. Not a punctuation mark in it. Chris, can I offer you a comma?
No.
Yeah, what are they doing to improve ventilation in schools? Well, nothing. Is that about right? Nothing, I wouldn't think. I mean, what are they going to do? Spend billions of pounds on ventilation in schools? Of course not. Where's the fun in that? They'll open windows, but yeah, you're right. I mean, in winter, not practical. Don't sit in a draft, kids. Amy texts, sorry, Nick, I have temporarily muted you as you discuss abattoirs and processed meat factories. I just can't stomach it, says Amy, who won't be hearing this because, of course, she doesn't know when to unmute me, because she doesn't know when I've stopped talking about abattoirs and processed meat factories. But I didn't talk about it. Somebody else talked about it. I'm a good boy, I am. James says, come to the game fair next week and learn about food, where it comes from. The game fair. Well, two things. A, what's the game fair? And B, no, I won't. In that order. Mel texts, there is an etiquette to munching movie food. Oh, well. The etiquette should be that you don't munch movie food. You just sit there for 2 blooming hours. It's only going to be 2 hours, for crying out loud. Are you starving to death? Can you not live off the reserves of your fat? I mean, just skip a meal once in a while. There is an etiquette to munching movie food. If there is a quiet part in the film, you don't eat or dip into any box or rustling bag for a start. Feel free to crunch away in loud, exciting parts of the film, and don't dare eat during elongated, thought-provoking dramas. Oh, elongated, thought-provoking dramas.
Boring!
The trick is, well, you mean where people talk about their feelings?
Oh, no.
He says the trick is to go to a film when it's in the last few days of its run, and on those occasions I've been one of the only people in there. Mel, I would only ever go to the cinema in the afternoon. About 2 o'clock is perfect. And you can pretty much guarantee that you will be the only one there. And if you're not, then at least you can move to, vast acres of empty seats. You're not sat where you are. John emails, climate change, global warming, wobbly moon. Did Gavin the Education Czar Williamson come up with this blame fact? Nonsense. Ask the sprawling smug. He knows everything. You just want me to play this, don't you? And I'm not going to do it. Michael texts, when I look at the moon through binoculars, it does seem to wobble. When I look at the moon through binoculars, it does seem to wobble. No, Michael, I expect that's you.
Booze.
Mac tweets, as far as I'm concerned, a breakfast sausage is just another sausage. You could eat it at any time. No, that would be against the law. It says on the packet, breakfast sausage. That's not a description, that's an instruction. Jim says, how can they tell whether we are looking at a wobbly moon or whether we're looking at a still moon from a wobbly Earth? Well, that's a good point, Jim. NASA need to splain themselves. I don't believe they have any idea what they're talking about. Gary tweets, Nick, I've met with Richard Branson in a photo shoot a good while back. I had to laugh seeing him in a Star Trek-style jumpsuit, but yes, I do welcome cheap space travel for all if we can achieve it. Cheap spelt C-H-E-E-P. As in chirpy chirpy. Kyrie by Mr. So great they named them twice. Kirii says, with reference to Richard Branson and his trip to outer space and him saying, remember where you were when I went into space, I'm always going to remember where I was. I was watching England beat Italy. I was watching England being beat by Italy in the Euro 2020. Being beat. I think the education standards in this country have taken a nosedive over the last couple of years. Who's responsible for that? Yeah, exactly. Thanks a lot, Gavin Williamson. You see what you've done? These people are idiots. And I say that with great love and affection. Britain is set to enjoy even hotter weather tomorrow after the warmest day of the year so far, as temperatures hit 88 degrees Fahrenheit, making parts of the UK warmer than the Caribbean. Wherever that is. Or as the gloomsters would say, Britain is set to suffer even hotter weather tomorrow after the warmest day of the year so far, as temperatures hit 88 degrees Fahrenheit, making parts of the UK warmer than the Caribbean.
Oh, no.
Yeah, small change, big difference. Northern Ireland saw its highest temperature on record, as in ever, today at Ballywattycock. Rubbish. There's no such place. They're making it up. It got to 88.2 degrees Fahrenheit, beating the previous high in June 1976. Wow, great year. And I actually looked it up. I did homework. Can you believe that?
No.
Do you know what was number one in June 1976, that tremendously exciting year of music? Combine Harvester by the Wurzels.
Rock and roll!
Silly Love Songs by Wings was number two. It's one of those songs that it must have taken Paul McCartney about 10 seconds to dash off. Another £100 million in the bank. And number three, No Charge by J.J. Barry. Remember that? Some kid goes up to his mum and says, he handed her a piece of paper that he'd been writing on. And after wiping her hands on her apron, she read it. And this is what it said. For mowing the lawn, $5. For making my own bed this week, $1. For going to the store, 50 cents. Playing with my little brother when you went shopping, 25 cents, which seems perfectly reasonable to me. I mean, it's capitalism at its rawest. It's as American as shooting apple pie with an assault rifle. And his mum had the nerve to come back with this heartless guilt trip. She said, for the 9 months I carried you growing inside me, no charge. For the nights I've sat up with you, doctored you and prayed for you, no charge. For the time and the tears that you've cost me through the years, there's no charge. And when you add it all up, the full cost of my love is no charge. Well, that's because it's not worth anything. It's your natural mothering instincts. You can't charge for that, you dreadful woman. I'm calling social services. There's an incident in 1976 they need to investigate. Anyway, today was the hottest day of the year in the UK. It could be even hotter tomorrow, with the Met Office warning of 91 degrees Fahrenheit.
Warning, warning.
And you double it and add 32 to get centigrade. European surrender centigrade. No! Double 91 is 192. And 192 plus 32 is 234. Wow! It's going to be 234 degrees centigrade tomorrow. Can you believe that?
No.
The sunshine is due to last until... Are you ready? It's going to last until Freedom Day on Monday, when thunderstorms arrive. Meteorologist Tom, out of the Met Office, said, we've got quite an extended hot spell of weather to come through the next several days, lasting in, much of this week. It's going to mean that people are really going to feel the effects of the heat as we go through this week. You're going to feel sticky. Warnings about the extreme heat have been issued by doomsters who don't understand that it's Freedom Day and we can do what we want. Our dear leader said so. I could do what I want. It's my right. Meanwhile, Sajid Javid is ill. Isn't that awful? Sajid Javid held a lengthy meeting with Boris Johnson, Bodger, in Downing Street, just hours before Sajman, the Saj, His Sagnas, the health secretary, tested positive for COVID amid warnings that half the cabinet will be in isolation by the end of the week. I bet they won't. The 51 years old, the 51-year-old health secretary, His Imperial Sagnas, revealed his diagnosis today after feeling groggy on Friday evening, tweeting that he was suffering mild symptoms and had been double vaccinated. Test and trace rules mean that anyone who has come into close contact with Mr. Power Stance could now be forced into a 10-day self-isolation. And that means Bodger. As it was claimed that Bodger Johnson held a lengthy meeting with Super Sag in Downing Street just hours before his symptoms developed. And Bodge met people who met people, and the whole lot of them could be cooped up for the start of recess, just before they all intended to go on holiday, eh? So sad. You know what? I bet they go on holiday anyway. They'll be isolating in some red list resort at someone else's expense with some hot research assistant that we are paying for. Which makes us their pimps. I feel dirty just thinking about it.
Disgusting.
I don't see how half the cabinet doesn't end up in isolation by the end of the week, one government source told the Telegraph. Well, I see how they're not going to end up in isolation by the end of the week. They just won't do it. Problem solved. I mean, would anybody doubt that? I mean, Bodger isn't going to fire himself, is he?
Yeah. Wait a minute.
How could we do without him? He has to stay on for the good of the country. Bodge. 0345 6060 973. Let's wipe up some texts and tweets and emails and such from last night, because there's so very many of them. Oh my God, I'm never going to get through them. And they're already coming in from today. I can't keep up, people. Slow down. Pages. This is like work. Chris texts, I wonder, will someone from the press or the media ask the Department of Education what they are actually doing to improve ventilation in schools, especially senior? Opening windows in winter isn't practical. The need to ventilate classroom toilets, changing room, etc. all winter will be awful. I remember reading that yesterday. It almost killed me then. Can I interest you in some punctuation? Amy texts, sorry, Nick, I have temporarily muted you as you discuss abattoirs and processed meat factories. I just can't stomach it. I think I read that one as well. James says, come to the game fair next week and learn about food where it comes from. I know where it comes from. It comes from Tesco's. Mel says, there is an etiquette to munching movie food. Oh, we were talking about popcorn. I'm pretty sure I read this too. Yeah, don't eat movie food. Don't eat food in the movies. Just don't do it. I mean, for crying out loud, how hungry are you? Dave tweets, I can't believe people still cling to the belief that we have an opposition. The PM is head of HM government. Keir Starmer is a knight of the realm. The police and the army swear allegiance to the Queen, so everything is going according to plan. But I think I read that one too. Plan? They got as much plan as Donald Trump.
There's no strategy. I have no strategy. There's zero strategy.
Yeah, I think I did that too yesterday. We're on repeat. Let's have a call. I'm pretty sure that this wasn't a call from yesterday. Holborn, Tony.
Hello, Nick.
Tony.
You mentioned before the news about Monday briefly, and I just feel, based on facts, that it's wrong to have... Yeah.
Facts?
Well, it's facts and feelings.
Feelings. Yeah, we're not interested in your facts on this show. We're only interested in feelings now, baby. Yes.
I just feel it's wrong, actually. The hospitalisations are going up. The deaths are going up. The infection rate's going up.
Yes.
And one or two of the scientists have said that because of the rate that the infections are doubling, where hospitals, I don't know if they use the word overwhelmed, but certainly they'll be up again. They might be overwhelmed.
Yeah.
And yet, I'm not, I wouldn't say I'm complacent, but I think I've been a bit more relaxed because I've had both injections. And when I'm on going to the shops or even on public transport, I notice a lot of people are not wearing masks.
Yes.
And some have got them right under their chin, which is rather...
Well, under their chin is just properly weird. I mean, under their nose, I sort of get that, because, you don't want to be coughing and sneezing and spluttering and talking loudly and shouting and singing. But if you're on a train, I mean, I have been known to stick it under my nose and not feel too guilty about it. Is that a dreadful thing to admit?
Well, they do advise that you cover your nose and your mouth. They've even got they've got a picture on the underground showing how you should wear a mask.
Oh, well...
Because obviously we need to be educated.
Well, you need to be educated. Don't go on the underground.
Well, I have to sometimes. But it just seems... What do you think? Do you think that we should be having so-called Freedom Day on Monday?
I don't get paid to think. I leave it for my elders and betters to think, because they know what they're doing.
Yeah. Wait a minute.
I mean, who wouldn't follow that guy?
Yeah, well, I found myself, because I've had both injections, and a couple of my friends have said they know people who have had both injections, and they have caught COVID very mildly.
Like Sajid Javid, for instance. His Super Saj.
Yeah. Exactly, and I've decided now I'm going to try and be a little bit more resilient, a bit more careful.
Yeah.
And I've walked into a shop today.
Let caution be your watchword, Tony.
Caution, yeah. So I walked into a shop today and I forgot to put my mask, completely forgot. And I'm looking around and many other people didn't have their mask on.
Right.
So I thought, well, I won't bother. But I'm going to bother from now.
Yeah, okay.
Because... I just think that we're in a dangerous situation.
Right, yes. Vigilance. You want to be vigilant at all times, Tony.
Yeah, I do.
Keep your eyes peeled.
Thanks, Nick.
Oh, no, thank you. I appreciate it. Whatever it was. John emails, climate change, global warming, wobbly moon. This is what we were talking about yesterday. Did Gavin, the education czar Williamson, come up with this blame fact? Nonsense. Ask the sprawling smug. He knows everything. What on earth does that mean? I think I read this yesterday as well, and then I did this. You just want me to play this, don't you? Yeah, this entire show's a repeat so far. Apart from that call. In Hull, Charles.
Oh, hi, Nick. Hope you're well and that in these... Well, rather hot days.
No, it's a little bit chilly. I took off one jumper. I mean, let's not get carried away.
Well, you see, Hull apparently got mentioned in the weather. We're 30 degrees. In fact, I'm walking around without my shirt on.
Oh.
Disgusting.
Put it back on. Nobody wants to see that.
I know. I did want to mention football and rugby.
Yes. You just did. Well done. What else?
Well, you see, I got locked out of my pub, you see. It was a lockout. So I went back home. I don't have a television, so I heard it on the radio.
Wait a minute, back up. Wait a minute. When you said your pub, do you mean your pub or just a pub that you happen to go to?
Local pub.
Right, okay.
Yeah. And you see, I went back home, and I was hoping to see it on YouTube, but all they had was fans looking at nothing, You
were hoping to see what on YouTube?
Just people looking at the screen, but you couldn't see the football.
Right. So this is ancient history we're talking about now?
But...
Why did you get locked out if the football was on?
Yeah. But you see,
what do you mean, yes? That's not an explanation. Why did you get locked out when the football was on?
I think it was a landlady when the
saw you coming.
Yeah. Went crazy a week ago.
Yeah. And?
Oh, so I'm listening to it on the radio, but you don't get things
the visuals.
Like,
you don't get the visuals when you're listening to it on the radio. That is completely correct. Well spotted, that man.
Yes, you got it. But you don't get White Kane passes to Black Sterling.
What? It's not snooker.
Exactly. But you see, imagine, and the penalties were taken, but there was nothing about the colour of people's skin.
Just jump to the point, Charles. Your time is running out for
you. Imagine my surprise when the next few days everything is about the footballers' colour of their skin.
Right. That's because they were watching it on TV.
And I had the radio. I mean, I didn't know.
Right, well, now you know. Thanks a lot, Charles, for... God, that's 2 in a row on the Nicky Abbott Show. Paul tweets, yesterday this was, Nick, all children are unvaccinated. If the R rate rises to anywhere near 7, as predicted... 7? 7? 1 is...
Warning!
7 is off the scale. All children are unvaccinated. If the R rate rises to anywhere near 7, as predicted, then pretty much all children will become infected, says Paul. At least 10% of which will go on to suffer long COVID. It'll be interesting to see how the government spins its way out of that. Well, I'll tell you how they'll spin their way out of it. Bodger Johnson will just go, paw! And people will say, oh, he's doing his best. Mickey texts, Nick, I've got the electric blanket on. Well, that's just common sense, Mickey. It was a little bit chilly today. Davey says, what time's the meteor shower? It's at night. It's at night, Davey. 0345 6060 973. I looked up in the sky last night and, was it fantastic?
No.
Couldn't see a thing. I mean, the stars were there, but there was, this celestial fireworks display was non-evident. Couldn't see it. I must have looked for, 10, 15 seconds. Nothing there. Very, very disappointed. Let's have Leamington Spa. Anthony.
Oh, good evening, Nick.
Anthony.
I just wanted to say, firstly, how entertaining your show is. It's made me laugh so much.
Thanks.
So thank you. No. I spoke to your researcher, I'm listening to all the calls about the restrictions and stuff. And for me, it's been like a kind of soap opera in Vietnamese, because it's just passed me by. I've lived on a farm, and so really the restrictions haven't made any difference, because I can't drive. So if I need to go to the shop, someone has to drive me. Mm-hmm. So I go to the shop, buy my food, and then come back. So it's really interesting hearing, the really broad spectrum of experiences of your listeners, some of which are hilarious, it has to be said.
You mean weird? Yes.
Yes, I suppose other adjectives are available, I guess, but yes.
I'm going to stick with that one. Yeah, weird.
Some bizarre, maybe.
Yeah. I think there's a lot of people that this entire experience has just sort of passed them by, and they thought, well, it's not that bad. I think there's a lot of people from about about how long are we into this now? It's like 19 months. Oh my God, it's 19 months we've been suffering this. I think a lot of people think, well, what's the big deal? I quite like being at home, sit in the garden. The weather's quite nice. No problemo.
Yeah, I suppose so. But I'm lucky because I say I work with horses and I'm on a farm, and it's great. So for me, I have the horses as company, and given some of your listeners, I probably quite prefer them. Yes. They make more sense.
Yes, exactly.
The thing is, I'm very lucky because I could have spent it in a tower block in Manchester or somewhere.
Yeah.
And that would have been intolerable. And I genuinely feel sorry for people that had to do that. But your program's take on the whole thing, it made me laugh an awful lot.
Well, thanks, Anthony. Great. Another satisfied customer.
Can you give me a sound effect? Because that'd be great.
Yes.
No.
There you go. 0345 6060 973. Chris texts, the only reason Johnson is lifting restrictions now is solely because MPs break up for their holidays. Once they return, they will reimpose restrictions, ridiculously transparent. I think you're completely correct in every respect. Except they have been hoisted by their own petard. Yeah, well, I have detailed files on that. I'll come to that in a minute. I haven't got time for the news, but no doubt. No doubt. I ain't got no doubt. Darren says, how about breakdancing for the Olympics? That'll be in this year. Did you do any dancing in your younger days? Well, are you asking? Harry says, no, he didn't say that. He said, Nick, I've got the double vac. I've booked to go to the Belgian Grand Prix, the August bank holiday. You think I'll be good to go? Oh, you'll be good to go, all right. It's just whether you will actually go or not is a completely different issue. Whether the Belgian Grand Prix will take place underwater, I don't know that either. They have big problems there. Huge. It's all about global warming. It's happening much more seriously and much sooner than they predicted. Let's have Sefton. Patricia.
Oh, hello. It's Surbiton, I think, not Sefton.
Right. Can you call me when you get to Sefton?
I'll try. I just a quick one, Nick. I haven't phoned him before, but I just wanted to say I had a friend in that I know really well that got COVID in January, and she wasn't hospitalised, but she was really, really ill, and she lost her partner with it. And after that, she had the 2 Oxford vaccines, and now she's been diagnosed with COVID again.
God.
Yeah, I just wanted to put that out because, I mean, obviously, it's quite worrying, really, because she had the NHS that come in every month to test her. She's doing a survey with them, and they picked it up that she's got COVID again at the moment, and yet she had it really bad in January and 2 vaccines. So, people need to be careful, really.
Yeah, I think we, without knowing anything about it, it occurs to me that perhaps we picked the wrong vaccine. I mean, if I had the choice, I would have had the Pfizer, not the AstraZeneca. And it turns out that the AstraZeneca seems to be less effective in every measure that I've seen than the Pfizer.
Yes. So I had the Pfizer one, actually, but I know she had the 2 Oxford one, and she got the letter today to say that she was positive, with COVID again. I mean that's unbelievable, because they said when you've had COVID once, you've got antibodies, you've had 2 vaccines, and then to get it again, it seems, well, that's the first I've heard about that one. It did sort of put me off a bit today, but I thought I'd let you know anyway.
Yeah, all right. Thanks a lot, Patricia. Well, Super Sag, he's had the double vax. Sajid Javid, he's said that he just caught it. So it doesn't mean that you won't catch it, but it might mean that you don't go to hospital if you do catch it, if you've had the vaccine. So they say. Perhaps. Maybe. Watch this space. Jim texts, Formula One would be much more exciting if half the cars went... Yes, it would, yeah. If half the cars went clockwise around the track and the other half anti-clockwise, then I'd probably watch it. Jim, I would watch it too. I'd be rapt. Gavin says, no team sports at the Olympics. What about the 100 and 400 sprint relays? Yeah, no. Well, maybe. I suppose so, yeah. You can have the relays, but no team sport. It's not really a team sport, is it? Is it? Does that count as a team sport? I suppose it does a bit. But you know what I mean, like football and tennis shouldn't... I know tennis is not a team sport, but that shouldn't be a part of the Olympics either. Hockey and, all of that stuff. It's got nothing to do with the Olympics. What's that got to do with the Olympics? They just keep adding sports because it makes them money. It's a nonsense. That's my considered opinion. Johnny says, I'm on holiday in Chertsey right now. Chertsey couldn't be more Chertsey. I've been to a pub tonight called The Chertsey, and I'm staying in a hotel called The Chertsey, and now Chertsey is all over your show. I'm all Chertseyed out. Well, I was yesterday. These are texts and tweets and such from yesterday. Chris says, it doesn't get any more sillier than speed walking at the Olympics. Yeah. I'm with you there, yeah. It's more like speed mincing. Can we be honest? Less walking, more mincing. Sarah says, squash is not an Olympic sport. It's one of the toughest sports in the world. Rubbish. Here's Shoreditch. Hello, James.
Oh, hi, Nick. How you doing?
Good, thanks.
I wanted to be the first person to wish you a happy World Emoji Day.
World Emoji Day!
Yeah.
I hate emojis. What are you, 12?
Plus 20, yeah. Yeah, but you can still enjoy all the trappings of World Emoji Day without having to use emojis.
You can't. You have to use emojis to be a part of World Emoji Day, and nobody over the age of 12 should be using an emoji ever.
No, I mean, I suppose you can't really send a card, can you? With an emoji, you have to send an emoji for Emoji Day.
I suppose so. Yeah, which means you can't do it. It's for children, James.
Yeah.
Try using...
More bad news for the Royal Mail.
Try using words. Can I interest you in words?
No.
I'll take an E, please, Bob.
Yeah, all right. No, a fresh out, James. Thanks a lot, mate. 0345 6060 973. World Emoji Day. Have you ever heard anything so silly in all your life?
No.
Jeffrey emails, so Japan has no spectators. We had the Euros and 60-odd thousand. Now we have 140,000 at Silverstone. Is it really going to be 140,000 people watching that? Meow, meow, meow. Why? What possible pleasure do you get in it? I just don't get it. Like, I really don't. Mystifying. You can call me Mr. Fide. Paul says, I just went outdoors expecting to see... This is last night. Just went outdoors expecting to see nothing but dark skies, and I saw a meteor within a few seconds. You, sir, are a liar and an engraver. And I challenge you to a duel. An engraver? Is that a typo? Please, people, check your messages before you press send. And Raj tweets, organic eggs have a more enjoyable lifestyle? Did I say that? Well, actually they do. It's a fact. Organic eggs have a more enjoyable lifestyle than ordinary eggs, up to the point where they are submerged in boiling water and then they have their heads smashed in.
Oh, no.
Up to that point, they're really enjoying their lives. Glasgow. Hello, Robert.
Oh, hi, Nick. Can you hear me?
Yes, Robert.
Now, this may sound a bit Machiavellian, but I was giving this some thought when I heard about the Sajid man waking up this morning with the coronavirus.
Mm-hmm.
Now, everybody in England, especially in England, the app, the NHS app for coming into contact, surely...
Pinging.
Surely the Prime Minister of that great man he is, or he thinks he is, would have been pinged.
Oh, he's been pinged, all right.
Yeah. Wait a minute.
That's really all. But you see, this sounds to me too pat. It's just, do you know what I mean? It just... maybe I'm over-egging it, overthinking it. But anyway, that's all I've got to say, Nick.
Okay, well, excellent work. It sounds like you said it. Thanks a lot, Robert. He's been pinged. Coronavirus cases will stay high for months until the autumn, after passing 100,000 in 2 weeks' time, and a new lockdown will be needed by September. Experts have warned.
Oh, no.
Why can't these experts just stop being such doomsters? I mean, nothing else they've warned about has come to pass. We haven't had hospitals overwhelmed, apart from when they were. We haven't seen a lot of deaths, apart from the mountain of dead people. And we haven't seen a rise in infections, apart from the massive rise in infections. How many more times can they be wrong about everything? It comes just before England is set to ditch most restrictions, including but not limited to social distancing and legal limits of gatherings on Monday, Freedom Day. Professor John of the London School of Hygiene and Tropical Medicine and the Scientific Advisory Group for Emergencies said that with the lifting of lockdown restrictions in England on Monday, the disease would continue to spread. But what does he know? He's just a professor of the London School of Hygiene and Tropical Medicine and the Scientific Advisory Group for Emergencies. He said, I think this wave of the epidemic will be quite long and drawn out. My hunch is that we are looking at a high level of incidence for a protracted period right through the summer and probably through much of the autumn. It's just moan, moan, moan.
Stop whining.
There was a lot of syllables in there, and they went pretty much all over my head, so I'm going to assume that it's all good news. Jeremy Hunt, who is now chairman of the Commons Health and Social Care Committee, said the situation was very serious. That's right. Mostly because Jeremy Hunt is now chairman of the Commons Health and Social Care Committee. Jeremy Hunt said, I think coming into September we are almost certainly going to see infections reach a new daily peak, going above the 68,000 daily level, which was the previous daily record in January. If they're still going up as the schools are coming back, I think we're going to have to reconsider some very difficult decisions. He said, how we behave over the next few weeks will have a material difference. Well, here's a revolutionary thought. You are the government. You're supposed to be running the country. I would have to think that it's how you behave over the next few weeks that will have a material difference. And the whole lot of them seem to have thrown in the towel. Of course, they'll all be on holiday for 6 whole weeks from next week. You believe that? Actually, it's supposed to be from next Friday, but nothing ever gets done on a Friday, and there's no point in coming in on Thursday because the weather's going to be so nice, and they won't be in on Wednesday, and what's the point in coming in just for Monday and Tuesday? So they're on holiday now. Bodger is at this moment having his minions pack his flip-flops and his triple extra large Speedos.
Disgusting.
Place your bets as to which forbidden red list holiday destination that he'll jet off to spend more time with some billionaire's money. Where's it going to be, Bodge? And do you have your excuse as to why you're allowed to go there and come back without isolating? Can you still use Gove's ruse about joining a special scheme that lets you off the hook? You know, one that's open to the public, but only if the public is a member of the cabinet. Meanwhile, people who actually work for a living, or know a thing or two, scientists, 1,200 of them, accuse the UK of endangering the world and creating conditions for the emergence of a new variant by pressing on with Freedom Day. Where global Britain were exporting the Johnson variant to you lucky foreigners. You're welcome.
Thank you.
Meanwhile, Professor John, you know, the one from the London School of Hygiene and Tropical Medicine and the Scientific Advisory Group for Emergencies, said there would be a surge in cases among the unvaccinated Brits this summer because the unlocking was coming too early. We started easing restrictions before everybody was vaccinated, he said. That's going to lead to infections in the unvaccinated, primarily in this instance the younger individuals. It's inevitable that it was going to happen, he said. Cases could reach 100,000 a day within weeks, because the number of infections has so far been doubling every 2 weeks. But that's just science. And science can't hurt you if you have oomph and vim and vigour and all that other guff that Bodger warbles on about.
Yeah. Wait a minute.
Professor John said we are at about 50,000 a day now. The epidemic has been doubling roughly every 2 weeks. And so if we allow things as they are for another couple of weeks, you could expect it to get to 100,000 cases a day. That's maths, that is. But maths isn't settled science. Maths is more about feelings these days. So, Britain, how do you feel? Experts who met for an emergency summit on Friday compared Freedom Day to, quotes, a murderous policy of herd immunity by mass infection. Wow. Has any politician in this country, of any stripe, in history, let alone the actual Prime Minister, ever been accused of a murderous policy towards their own people? We are charting new territory here, folks. Even Jeremy Hunt, chairman of the Commons Health and Social Care Committee, said, COVID hospital patients are doubling every 2 weeks. That means we're heading for 10,000 COVID hospital patients by the end of August, which is about 20 times higher than this time last year. It's a very serious situation, he said. It's odd. He seems to be telling the truth rather than repeating the government line that he should have learned by rote. There seems to be something wrong with Jeremy Hunt. He's thinking for himself.
Oh, no.
He said the NHS's dashboard warning light is not flashing amber, it's flashing red. He said the way people behave as controls end will be crucial in determining the path of the pandemic over the next couple of months. Jeremy Hunt said,
emergency, everybody to get from street. Emergency, everybody to get from street.
And then he spoiled it by saying that the country now has herd immunity, which has given the government hope that lockdown will not have to be reimposed. Right. Place your bets on the lockdown being reimposed. Place your bets. Bet nah. Any takers?
No.
Didn't think so. Meanwhile, those in other countries are freaking out. Professor Michael, a member of the New Zealand government's COVID advisory group, said his colleagues were amazed and astounded when the UK decided to remove restrictions despite rising case numbers. He said, what? Professor Stephen, Australia's former health secretary, said the UK needed to make sure that more case numbers were under control before lifting restrictions. Professor Jose from the University of Valencia in Spain said, UK policy affects not only UK citizens, it affects the world. We cannot understand why this unlocking is happening. Professor Christina, a SAGE member, said Britain's position as a dominant transport hub put other countries at risk. William, an eminent US scientist renowned for his work on HIV and AIDS and cancer at Harvard University, said the UK is now lacking in sensible policies and described the strategy of herd immunity as murderous. It's our gift for the world. Open for business, global Britain. Meanwhile, the beta variant of the coronavirus spreading in France may evade vaccines, Professor Edmonds said. Gloomsters, all of them. I'm sure everything's going to be all right because Bodger Johnson is in charge. Ain't that right, Bodge? It's a maybe. Twickenham, hello, Elaine.
Oh, hello there.
Hello there.
Oh, I didn't have anybody saying I'm coming on, actually.
You're coming on, Elaine.
Well, I've spoken to Tom before, Tom Swarbrick, and
yes.
this is different. Now, I have to say, this is all on impulse, because I heard your last caller saying about somebody having the Pfizer vaccine and blah, blah, blah. This is interesting. I'll start from the beginning.
No, wait a minute. Is this a long story?
No, I know.
Well, wait a minute. Hang on.
Not start.
Wait a minute. Is this a long story?
Well, it's not going to be that long, I hope.
Well, what does that mean, not that long?
Well, it could be that long.
How many minutes?
Oh, I don't know. Here we go with you, don't we? God. No, let's put it this way. My husband and I, I'm not going to go in. Well, I'm 76. He's
76 years old.
Yeah, we're very young, really. We're really wheel-goers, the pair of us. We've been very lucky. We've been very lucky so far.
Real goers?
Oh, we are goers.
Right.
We had a family of 4 move in with us for 5 months.
Does this have anything to do with your story?
Yes.
Or is this like colour and background? Because we haven't got time for any of that.
No, I'm doing all that. I'm just talking about the virus here.
Okay.
So they moved in with us, 2 young children and my daughter and husband. They've gone now. They went last Monday. Anyway, I won't go into all that. For the first time, my husband...
I knew it. It was like colour and background. It had absolutely nothing to do with the story. You're just wasting time, Elaine.
No, I'm not wasting time. So, anyway...
Where did they go, by the way?
Sorry?
Where did they go?
It was okay. No, it was great.
Where did they leave?
Last Monday. They've gone to Troon in Scotland.
Oh, Troon.
Yeah, beautiful place.
Wow.
Yeah, Troon.
Yeah.
Do you know it?
It's okay.
Yeah, it looks lovely, actually. But anyway, I'm not going into all that. My husband got the virus only because he was a bit under the weather, and I said we could do these lateral tests because we've got young children with us and everything. So anyway, brilliant. It came up positive, right? Twice. We did 2. So I'm negative. So
Negative.
Yeah.
We all isolated. The kids didn't go to school. We did all the right things. The thing is that...
To cut a long story short.
Yeah, that's right. All our bedrooms are taken up, so I had to sleep with him, didn't I? I have to. I mean, there's no... Unless I go, on a... I said I'll just open the...
A little too much information there.
Well, no. What I'm saying is... I didn't pick it up. Now, the thing is, this other lady that came on, he had the visor.
What other lady?
The other lady earlier that came on about the visor and the Oxford vaccinations.
There's another woman?
Yeah, before me. Yeah, that's why I phoned up. My husband had the visor.
And when did you find out about this?
What do you mean? What do you mean? Shut up. He had the visor. I had what I said. We used to laugh. I said I've had the cheaper one, the Oxford.
Yeah.
Right? I didn't pick the virus up. There you go. I did not get the virus, and none of us did. They've all been vaccinated. My daughter and son-in-law. We didn't get we didn't get it, and we tested and tested and tested. So there you go. That's all I phoned to say.
Wow, that was much quicker than I thought.
But I think, Nick, I have to say, I've been on the internet. I'm not a great thing for all this, but it's all to do with blood groups. And if you're the common blood group, I know I'm an O positive because I used to give blood when I was a bit younger. And it did say on there, if you're O, whatever. I didn't say, but it just said
Oh, no.
Yeah. You are less likely to pick the virus up. So I don't know. That's all I read. So that's interesting, isn't it?
No. Where did you read it?
Well, yesterday, actually. I read it yesterday.
Where did you read it?
On the internet.
On the internet? Well,
on the
where?
internet. Well, I went into I just Googled it. And
Struth. That's the last thing you want to do.
Oh, shut up.
It is.
No, but how weird is that?
It's very weird,
It
Elaine.
is weird, isn't it?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Anyway, I thought I'd just share that with you all.
Okay, well, thanks for sharing. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
Cheers, my dear. Much, much quicker than I thought, which was, completely satisfying as far as I'm concerned. 0345 6060 973. So the upshot is that she didn't get it. Isn't that great? Peter emails, tell me where wild chickens are indigenous. Well, I don't know. Where wild chickens are indigenous. Think dodo, he says. We ate them into extinction, so chickens are so lucky. What does that mean? You mean ordinary chickens are lucky that we ate all the wild ones? Or that chickens are lucky because we ate the dodos? I mean, are chickens, dodos, natural food? Probably not. What are you on about, Peter? Richard emails, Brexit has caused so much anxiety, even the moon is wobbling. Yeah, that's right. The moon is wobbling, which explains a lot. Sean says, our local cinema does a cheese board on a plate with dry crackers. Loudest thing I ever tried to eat in a cinema, says Sean. Well, Sean, I mean this in the most positive and respectful way possible. You're an idiot. What do you want to order a cheese board in a cinema for? A cheese board in a cinema? How hungry are you? God, we gotta like constantly graze like cows. Even cows wouldn't order a cheese board in a cinema. Can you not go 2 hours without eating?
No.
Apparently not. A cheese board. That's the most ridiculous thing I've ever heard. And if you've heard some of the calls on this show so far, then that's a very high bar, Sean. I want you to think about what you've done. Right, those are the messages from yesterday. It took me an hour to get through them. But worth it, no?
No.
Here's some from today. Peter says, I guess we should retire the expression, avoid it like the plague, given how little effort people seem to be willing to go to actually avoid the plague. And now that Sajid Javid has got the virus, do you think we'll get Hancock back? Yeah, Matt Hancock's back. What could possibly go wrong? He's come back he's noticed that some loose change is lying about the place, so, he's got somewhere to put that, no doubt. Darryl says, I can't believe the Health Secretary, the Saj, has just tested positive for COVID. He owes me big time. I've only just bought a brand new irony meter, and it's already broken. Linton on ooze? Oh, that sounds awful. Ooze? Steph says, did you see Uncle Nige unveiled his big career change? He's going to be a, quotes, broadcaster. I think that's sarcastic air quotes there. He teased the news at 10 a.m. but didn't reveal the details until 5 p.m, leaving loyal devotees holding their breath for 7 hours. Sadly, only metaphorically, says Stephen. Yeah, well, the best of luck with that, Nige. Who can forget Nige's greatest hit?
I'm immensely grateful to you for everything you've done in British politics over the last few years. I used to be an ardent Remainer. I voted Remain. I believed in the European project. Mm-hmm. I believed that staying in the European Union was the best thing for us. And then something happened, and something monumental happened. It completely changed my opinion on the whole situation.
What was that monumental thing, Mark?
I was kicked in the head by a horse.
Right, very good. Okay, fine. Thank you.
No, thank you.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. Carl texts, I work at a castle, and I got hold of some peahen eggs. Free range and organic. Absolutely delicious, fried up with some British-style chips to dip in the yolk. Nicer than duck eggs in many ways. Well, that's a matter for you, Carl, but I absolutely will not eat anything called pea anything. That's a hard and fast rule with me. New Malden, David.
Yes, hello. Been thinking about Freedom Day, and I think Boja would prefer something like VD Day, you know, on the lines of VVJ Day. VD has the victory over Delta Day, of course, nothing else. And that would really be the thing you'd want, wouldn't it? We want people sort of swinging from the lampposts and crowding out outside Buckingham Palace and doing the full... end of the war thing, really, because he is our Churchill.
Sounds like a party at Conservative Central Head Office.
Yes, it does, doesn't it? Yeah.
Okay, thanks, David. Is the moon wobbling tonight?
Yes.
That explains it. Has to be something. Jack tweets, Nick, is it hot enough for you? 234 centigrade tomorrow, you better take another jumper off. Yeah, well, I might do. It depends. I left my winter coat in the car, if that's any help. I thought, shall I take it? It's 78 degrees in the middle of town. Do I actually need my winter coat? I'll just make do with a thick shirt and a sweatshirt. I'll probably be okay. Richie says, now it's sunny, are you finally going to stop moaning? Moaning?
Whinging and whining and moaning.
Let's have Perth. Gary.
How's it going, Nick?
How's it going, Gary?
How's she cutting?
What?
Sorry, I'm just calling up in absolute disbelief. In Australia here in New South Wales and Victoria, there's about 1,000 cases of COVID and there's 2 state lockdowns.
Yeah.
I'm following Sky News and GBBs, etc. And I just can't believe that there's 50,000 cases a day in the UK, and they're on about ending all the lockdowns.
Yeah, I know. It's almost as though they don't know what they're doing.
No, it's like a work of fiction.
It is, yeah. It's like we've stepped through the looking glass with Alice. Yeah, it's.
Well, I mean,
it's like an alternate reality. Is this real life, or am I hallucinating?
If it works out, I mean, it's going to be it's going to be one for the books, you know.
Yeah. If it works out, then Bodger will take full credit. If it doesn't work out, it's our fault for not following his instructions.
Exactly, but in terms it's a very big risk, you know. I mean, this the whole thing with long COVID and the fact that long COVID, the effects aren't known yet.
Yeah.
And just a case of 50,000 cases a day. I mean, it's like as if he's hanging his entire premiership on this decision, you know?
Every decision that he's made so far has been completely nonsensical, and his popularity just continues to go ever upwards. He doesn't have adherents. He's got cult fans. It doesn't matter what he does, they're going to support him fully. And that's 44% of the population. They're going to vote for him, even if he is strangling their granny in the voting booth.
That's absolutely correct, because I was when Australia was suffering from the bushfires last year, and Scott Morrison said, "I don't hold a hose, mate." You know that?
Yeah, that's right. I don't hold a hose, mate.
I thought that was the end of him, and I was absolutely shocked when it wasn't. And ever since then, I'm looking at Trump and I'm looking at Boris, and I'm just absolutely shocked, you know.
Well, there's a lot of dinglings in the world. There's no doubt about that. And each and every one of them wants a strong leader. They want somebody who is tough and hard, and they do things proper.
Everything that I've done is 100% proper. That's what I do, is I do things proper.
They want somebody to take over and stick it to the elites. So they chose a millionaire who went to Eton in this country and a billionaire in America, because that'll show the elites.
Oh that'll show the elites. Like voting for Jacob Rees-Mogg?
Yeah, exactly.
I just don't understand this.
No, me neither. Yes, smug. Why on earth would anybody vote for that man?
You're better informed than I am. I don't know anything.
I mean, just painful.
Oh, my God.
Well, it sounds like you're well out of it, Gary. Perth, you couldn't be more far away unless you were actually on that rocket with Richard Branson.
Nick, before you dump me off,
yes.
Can I just ask you one question, please?
Go ahead.
I was listening to a clip of yours from 94, and I heard the sound clips of the tick-tocking and the alarm clock.
Yeah.
The alarm clock.
Mm-hmm.
That one.
Yes.
I want to know, what's your oldest sound bite?
Oldest sound bite?
That you still use. Yeah, that you still use, you know? The sound
oh. Well, the Carol McGiffin ones I've been using for absolutely ages.
Oh, right, yeah.
Just the same one. I've got about 6 of them, and I just use them over and over again.
Oh, right, yeah.
So they're pretty old. Does that answer your question? This is old too. It's a lot older than it's a lot older than I've been using it for, but that's about that. All right.
It's brilliant, Nick. I'm a massive fan, kid.
Well, thanks a lot, Gary. 0345 from Perth in Australia. You'd literally have to leave the planet to get further away. Yeah, there's a lot of places that have got far fewer cases than we. In fact, I think we're the number one in the world, aren't we? We are number one. No country is doing as bad as we are. I can't imagine why that would be.
Yeah. Wait.
It's a mystery, ain't it? Experts have warned that coronavirus cases are going to stay high for months until the autumn, after passing 100,000 in 2 weeks' time, and a new lockdown will be needed in September.
Oh, no.
Oh, my God. Jeremy Hunt, who is now chairman of the Commons Health and Social Care Committee, said the situation was very serious. That's Jeremy Hunt, spokesman for the Bloomin' Obvious. Meanwhile, more than 1,200 scientists who believe that coronavirus should be completely eradicated with global lockdowns and social distancing accuse the UK of endangering the world. Creating conditions for the emergence of a new variant by pressing on with Freedom Day. That new variant, we should call it the Johnson variant. Ain't that right, Bodge? Experts who met for an emergency summit on Friday compared Freedom Day to a murderous policy of herd immunity by mass infection. Wow. A murderous policy of mass infection. Does that sound good?
No.
Jeremy Hunt says if you look at countries that are ahead of us in the curve like Netherlands and Israel, both of which incidentally have good vaccination stories, if we behave like they've done and change our behaviour too dramatically when restrictions change, then we are going to have to do what they are having to do now, which is reconsider imposing restrictions. Which is a long way round of saying...
Oh,
no. Yeah. Roger Johnson's repeatedly said that he wants the lifting of lockdown on so-called Freedom Day to be irreversible. But in recent days, ministers have begun to sound more cautious. And they've begun to sound more cautious by using the word cautious a lot. If you keep saying cautious, you don't have to be cautious. It's like a Jedi mind trick. You know, these are not the droids you are looking for. But Boris Johnson isn't a Jedi. He's more Jabba the Hutt. So how have other countries fared? Countries that do not have the benefit of being led by someone of the calibre of Bodger Johnson. Well, let's have a little look, shall we? Israel. Israel's had a very successful vaccine programme. They began to lift their restrictions in February. By mid-June... when well over half the population had been double jabbed, Israelis stopped wearing masks and pre-pandemic life returned with the shops and restaurants and hotels and cinemas all fully open. And did it go well? No. Since then, confirmed daily cases, driven by the more infectious Delta variant, have risen, reaching a 4-month peak of 754 on Tuesday. Wow, 754. You know how many we've got? Curbs are now being reinstated in Israel, including but not limited to the mandatory wearing of face masks indoors and quarantine for all people arriving there. In the Netherlands, with vaccinations rising, cases dropping, the Netherlands pushed ahead with its reopening in June. Face masks were abandoned in almost all places and young people were encouraged to go out again. Go out and mingle! Since then, guess what? Cases have soared. Prime Minister Mark Rutte, I mean, they look great, do the Dutch. I mean, they really do, but they sound awful. If only they would just not say anything. Better. They sound like a cat coughing up a hairball. No offence. Prime Minister Mark Rutte was forced into a U-turn, reimposed many restrictions just 2 weeks after the measures were lifted. Restaurants and bars forced to close from midnight. They've reintroduced a 1.5 metre distancing and assigned seating, and nightclubs were shut again. In South Korea was one of the successes of the pandemic. In June, they announced plans to allow vaccinated people to go mask-free outdoors and permit small private gatherings and relax restaurant opening times. But a record-breaking daily tally of cases has forced the government to tighten social distancing rules across most of the country. In Seoul, the capital, residents have been banned from meeting more than one other person after 6. And in Australia, where we've just been hearing, from where we have just been receiving information. For most of the past year, face masks were not required. You know, they constantly recorded days when no COVID cases were found at all. And when there were outbreaks, authorities launched snap lockdowns to bring cases back to zero. Perth, we've just been hearing from them. They shut down for 5 days in January over the detection of one case. One! Shut down the city. But now they've got an outbreak of the Delta strain in Sydney. And that's plunged the nation's largest city back into lockdown. And that's expected to last till the end of July. Critical retail only is allowed to open, and people can't leave their areas. And that's for 111 COVID cases and 1 death a day. We've got 50,000 cases a day and 49 deaths a day. So, you know, good luck, everybody. We're doomed. 034... It's a shame we're not Swedish. Sweden went its own way. And they relied mainly on voluntary measures and good old Swedish common sense. There were curbs on opening hours for restaurants and limits on crowds at venues, but apart from that, that's about it. Some of the restrictions have been loosened. They've got 3,000 seated spectators allowed at sports stadiums, and rules on opening hours were scrapped at the beginning of this month. And cases have continued to fall steeply. Swedish people, eh? Always so perfect. Linda texts, so as soon as he gets into power, just like Boris, Sajid wants a holiday. Some people will use any excuse. And on that subject, Tim says, feeling groggy on a Friday night doesn't feel like the usual reason to take a COVID test. No, that's right. You wake up Saturday morning and you feel groggy after Friday night. That's not a reason to take a COVID test. That's a reason to dissolve an aspirin in a martini.
Booze.
And that is the official advice of LBC, by the way. John says, Nick, 1976 was indeed a good year for music. Thin Lizzy's The Boys Are Back in Town, Chicago's If You Leave Me Now, Leo Sayers, You Make Me Feel Like Dancing, lots of ABBA, Queen, and your favourite, Demis Roussos. That's not how I remember 1976. I mean, Thin Lizzy was all right, but, I mean, I did enjoy that Chicago track, and I did feel like dancing when Leo Sayer was on. Not really. And Queen leaves me somewhat cold. I mean, a couple of good songs, but other than that, I mean, the problem with me with the Queen was always Freddie Mercury. I mean, okay, just listening. They're a bit overblown, really, let's be honest. A little bit overblown.
Rock and roll!
But I just couldn't bear looking at him. Is that an awful thing to say? 0345 6060 973. York. Hello, Jan.
Hello, Nick.
Jan.
How are you?
I'm great, mate.
Good. Not too hot.
It's a little bit chilly. I won't lie.
Right. Don't take another jumper off, will you?
I won't. No.
Good. Now then, Freedom Day. I won't surprise me when it ended up with another lockdown. What do you think?
I think we will, yes. I would expect it before October, most certainly.
I mean, it says, we recommend that you wear a mask,
Yeah.
but don't bother if you don't want to.
Exactly.
You know, be all right. I mean, it's so crazy, isn't it?
These are quite clear instructions. I don't know why you're having difficulty with them, Jan. You must wear a mask, but on the other hand, you don't have to wear a mask.
Exactly.
What is confusing about that?
Have you heard that Matt Lucas clip?
Which one?
The one where you're taking off Johnson.
No, I don't think so.
You haven't, have you? Now, I haven't until the other day when James O'Brien played it.
Oh, yeah.
It's really good. You should listen to it.
I most certainly will do nothing of the sort, Jan.
No, I thought you mightn't.
I don't do homework. Homework, but miss...
It really is good. It's just like him, you know.
Okay.
You know, don't go out.
But stay in.
But go out if you want to. And if you can work from home, do.
Then do so. But you must go into the office.
Yeah. Wait a minute.
Yes.
Wear a mask, but don't wear a mask, you know. It's just like him.
Right.
Really, it's so good. And speaking of James O'Brien, do you know he gave you a compliment the other day?
Me? I very much doubt it.
He did. Right. He said he was going to play this Matt Lucas clip, and he was talking about clips, and he said, if you want to hear masters of the clip, I recommend you listen to Nick Abbott and Eddie Mayer. What do you think about that?
Does Eddie Mayer do clips?
Well, not like you, but, you know, he does, you know, play a few clips, but not your kind.
Right. Okay.
But anyway, that's what James O'Brien said.
Right.
And he said, I wrote this bit down because I thought it was quite good. He said you've got a deftness of touch and the surgeon's scalpel in the use of recorded clips. Good, eh?
A deftness of touch. I'm considering being offended by that, being as how I don't really know what it means. I'll look it up later, Jan. How does that sound?
All right.
Right.
But, yeah, I mean, I thought it was quite good.
I think you're telling tales. Stop telling tales.
No, I'm not. But, yeah. And he said there should be a World Cup of clips, you know, you and Eddie Mayer.
Right.
Eddie Mayer is the reason I turned on to LBC.
Is it?
Because when he left the BBC, you know, I thought I'll give this LBC a go because I've never heard of it, to be quite honest.
Well, you did, yeah, right.
So I thought I'll give it a go.
Sure.
So I did. Yeah. So I did, and then I found you, and I haven't looked back since.
No, well,
so
I can imagine.
I've got Eddie Mayer to thank for that.
Right. Thanks, Eddie.
Yeah.
Appreciate it.
Thank you.
All right. Cheers, Jan. Keep your ears peeled, and as soon as you hear anything else, I want you to let me know straight away. All right. Linda says, so as soon as he gets... Oh, no, I've read that. Tim says, and I've read that. Gosh, I'm way ahead. I'm doing very, very well. Robin tweets, leave Boris alone. He's doing his best. Anyone would think that running a pandemic is a walk in the park. I assume you're being sarcastic, but you just can't tell these days. Harry emails, Bodger in isolation for 10 days, however will we cope? Yes. You know, they're all about to go on holiday for 6 weeks. Can you believe that?
Yes.
6 weeks during a pandemic. They're all about to say, right, that's it, we're leaving. Hard to believe, ain't it? I mean, it really is. What an absolute shower. And I bet every single one of them that you've ever heard of will be going to a red list country under top secrecy. They'll manufacture some wizard excuse in case they get found out about, we're here on a trade mission, global Britain, something like that. Yeah, I'm having a meeting on the beach. That's why I'm in my cosy. Yeah, I've got a couple of drinks, one in each hand, when the trade delegation comes along. They'll be here in just a minute. Don't worry about that. I wonder how that test, that trial that Michael Gove was a part of when he went abroad to watch the football. He had a very, very important appointment watching the football abroad. Remember that? And he came back and he didn't go into isolation. As the rules would apply to him, but they don't, of course, because, it's him. Fortunately, he managed to join a trial wherein he didn't have to follow any of the rules, and that's probably going really, really well, I bet, for him. Harry emailed, I read that. Jenny says, a Bullingdon mate of Bodger has been appointed as chief advisor to Whitehall's independent sleaze watchdog. Yet another appointment without any scrutiny from the voting public. It just gets worse and worse. Yes. It is amazing, actually, what's going on. They just don't care what anything looks like. Because up to this point, nobody has made an issue of it, or at least not enough people that are their cult fans. I get the feeling that they wake up in the morning and think, what can we do to them today? What can we really do to, push them over the edge? You know those machines in the fairground? Those push halfpenny things? All that change is piled up, and you think, I'll just put a 10p in there, and all that money will just come out. And it never does. It just seems to swallow it up, doesn't it? It can be hanging over the edge vertiginously, over a cliff edge, this giant pile of money, and it never budges. I think that's us. What can we do to them today? Really just push them right up into the edge there. And absolutely nothing seems to make any difference. His popularity just keeps going up and up. He'll go on TV and go, "Paw!" And people say, he's doing his best. Painful. In St John's Wood, Jonty. An ecstasy of fumbling. Yes, sir.
I forgot your name.
Right. That's okay.
I was almost half asleep. To be honest.
Jonty, please speak directly into the phone.
Yes. Here we go.
There you are. Yes.
Yes,
like you just walked into the room. Go ahead.
So I wanted to say to you that, these infection rates are going crazy.
Yep.
Right. It's absolutely intended, because what's happened is the second vaccinations have dropped from 350,000 a day to under 150. They know that it'll continue to drop. So what they're doing is what's called hybrid herd immunity. They're going to get herd immunity through the combination of vaccinations and rampant infections, on the basis that the number of people getting hospitalized as a result of infections has dropped from 12% to 3%. So if infections don't go over 4 times the previous peak, they think the NHS can withstand the attrition.
Right, assuming that everything stays the same and we don't get a variant that swerves the virus, the vaccine.
Big risk. That's a huge risk. But I think, based on the way the numbers are going up, the previous peak was 70,000. If they go over 250,000, they're in trouble. And I think they will. And they're also taking into account the death rate has dropped by 90% if you get the infections. It's gone from 3.35% to 0.3%.
Oh, my God, so many numbers.
I know, I'm a bit of a geek. But the NHS could be in trouble, and I think the variant is a big issue. I mean, the number of people getting COVID right now who've been double vaccinated is about half. It's about half of the total. So that's going up, although the symptoms are a lot milder. So you're much less likely to get it severely if you're double vaccinated. But
assuming everything stays the same, but it isn't. I mean, we've already got one variant that is supposed to swerve the virus. I keep saying virus. Vaccine. So the other word that begins with V. The vaccine.
Which variant is that?
Delta.
No, Delta doesn't swerve it.
Apparently.
Yeah.
Experts are suggesting that exactly that
they
is...
don't know.
Yeah. Well, nobody knows anything, really, including you, including me.
No.
I don't know anything about anything.
No. It's a madhouse.
It's not just death, though. I mean, people get really, really sick for a very long time, and they don't know when, if ever, they'll get better. I mean, how alarming is that?
Yeah, and not only do people get sick for a long time, there's another thing where one organ gets severely attacked and doesn't recover. Like a friend of mine's got two friends, they're in their 30s, they were actually dancers, very fit, and both their lungs are totally shot after 1 year.
Right.
So it ain't good. It's not good. It's not a good look.
No, what a time to be alive, eh? Isn't it marvellous?
But we have got our great leader. I mean, you got to remember that.
At least we've got that, yeah. All right. Thanks a lot, John T. 0345 6060 973. The good news right at the end there. At least we've got Bodger, the dear leader. He'll set us straight. And if he doesn't, then there is an overseer who will oversee him. A former Bullingdon Club member and university friend of Bodger Johnson has been appointed to Whitehall's independent sleaze watchdog.
Oh, fabulous.
I am not making that up. Ewan Ferguson, a city solicitor, was announced on Thursday as one of 2 new members for the Committee on Standards in Public Life. A Whitehall source said the appointment was approved by number 10. I bet it was. You know that famous photograph of the Bullingdon boys in Eton in their waistcoats with their superior entitled expressions? Bodger's at the front, naturally. David Cameron is in there. And this bloke is in the same photograph. I mean, Bodger might as well have given the job to his dad. It would have been less infuriating. Ferguson appeared behind Johnson and 2 along from David Cameron in that 1987 photograph of the exclusive male-only Oxford Dining Club. A permission to republish the photograph, by the way, has been withdrawn by the Oxford portrait photographers who hold the copyright. Withdrawn. Huh. I wonder why that might be.
I can't comment on that.
Ferguson's appointment has enraged one former chair of the committee, Sir Alistair Graham, who held the role for 4 years until 2007. He said the appointment was a pathetic attempt to recruit an old friend of the PM to an independent committee. He said, it really is desperate if you have to be a university mate of Boris Johnson to qualify to sit on a committee that's supposed to examine sleaze. I doubt that the experience of the Bullingdon would provide any of the right qualifications. It seems like a completely inappropriate appointment, he said. Well, you know, I'll keep saying this until they stop doing it. This regime is guided by the principle, what would Donald Trump do?
Everything that I've done is 100% proper. That's what I do, is I do things proper.
They would appoint members of their family and people totally opposed to the existence of the institution that they are going to govern, and Trump would appoint nodding dogs and lackeys and yes-men. The committee advises the Prime Minister on ethical standards across public life. It can conduct inquiries, collect evidence to assess institutions, policies and practices, and makes recommendations to Bodger where appropriate. And he can ignore everything they say. Even if they are investigating him. The person who decides on guilt and punishment is Boris Johnson. I mean, the system is so totally corrupt. It's surprising that it doesn't have Trump's name on the building.
Oh, shut up!
Ferguson, according to a 2008 report in the Daily Mail, was one of 6 Bullingdon Club members who attended a fundraising event for Johnson's London mayoral bid. I mean, seriously, why even bother with this? I mean, why doesn't Bodger just appoint his dog to oversee him? A Cabinet Office spokesmodel said, Mr. Ferguson applied through open and fair competition following the Governance Code for Public Appointments. His application was carefully considered on its merits by the Advisory Assessment Panel, which interviewed him and found that he was appointable. Yeah, you bet he was. An old friend of Bodge is now tasked with overseeing the ethics of this regime. Fortunately, this government doesn't have any ethics, so his work is done. 0345 6060 973. Lancashire. Hello, Paul.
Hello, how are you, Nick?
Good, thanks.
Right, I've come up with a metaphor as to what the government's doing. Here we go. Imagine a big building. You've got a small fire in a small room. Now, instead of closing the doors around the fire doors, you start opening them. In half the rooms, you've got some sprinklers, so they could represent the vaccines. So they're putting the fire out. But in one or two of the rooms, you've forgot that you've left some inflammable liquid. And so when the fire reaches them, they're really going to shoot up the flames.
I don't think. Yeah, in your metaphor, he hasn't forgotten that the flammable liquid is there. He deliberately put it there.
Well, yeah. I mean, they can represent the variants, which could be quite dangerous, and sooner or later will inevitably evade the vaccines.
Yeah.
And put us all in danger.
Right.
So I just think it's stupid what this government's doing. And as for standards in public life for this government, you only have to scrape the bottom of the barrel, really, don't you? And you get to be Prime Minister.
Right. Right at the bottom there. Yeah. OK, thanks a lot, Paul. Keep thinking. 0345 6060 973. Simon says, what is it about old people and the weather? It's been the hottest day of the year and he still went to bed with a hot water bottle. Who's he? By the way, I did look up at the sky and did see one meteor, said Simon.
Fabulous.
Yeah, it's spectacular. Not really. Colchester. Hello, Chris.
Hiya.
Chris.
Hello. Hi, Nick. All right?
Yes, good, thanks.
Just if Boris Johnson has been double jabbed and he's already had COVID, I don't understand why he would have to self-isolate. I mean, what's the point?
His rules.
Yeah, I know, it's ridiculous. But, I mean, UCL London, they did a study 2 or 3 months ago saying we'd already had herd immunity, so surely if the government wanted to get out of this mess, they would have listened to them, but obviously they don't.
How have we got herd immunity?
Through natural infection. Well, the thing is, like, listening to people like Mike Eden, who was a ex-vice president of Pfizer, SARS-CoV-2 is 80% the same as SARS-1, and people had they did a test last year in January, and people who had SARS-1 had immunity, T-cell immunity. Everyone goes on about antibodies, but there's lots of different immunity. There's T-cell immunity, B-cell, whatever. And they had T-cell immunity 17 years later to SARS-1, and SARS-2 is 80% the same as SARS-1. So their argument, and Sutrit Bhakti also, who's like one of the most cited microbiologists in Europe, is saying the same, and he's citing studies as well to prove that fact.
Well, I don't know about facts. There's 1,200 scientists who, on the other hand, say, oh, no, it isn't.
I know. Well, I want to hear that debate, and it seems like the scientists that are saying the opposite. Like, take, for example, the Great Barrington Declaration, and you mentioned Sweden earlier, and I think they did a great job. I went to Sweden last year, and the thing is, like, people talk about COVID deaths, but we forget about lockdown deaths, and how many deaths are we going to have to accept, like, to put up with these cases of COVID? We've got to get a balance. And it's not just Sweden either. It's Texas and Florida. Florida, Ron DeSantis employed that policy of the Great Barrington Declaration of focused care, of protecting the elderly and using treatment early rather than letting people go on a ventilator and just go into hospital until they go blue and then they die. And Texas, they had a boxing match a couple of months ago with Billy Joe Saunders and Canelo Alvarez with 73,000 fans without masks. And then a month or two later, they're having no deaths. So
what are we doing differently?
Is that
it just
true?
doesn't make sense.
Well, I'm not sure that's true.
No,
I
it really is.
Well, you say it is, but I will fact check you. Don't worry about that, Chris. All right, thanks a lot, mate. On the other hand, we've got 50,000 a day, and hospitals are turning ordinary patients away because they ain't got no room no more. So there's that. Rachel says, I was in a lift in a hospital with one other person not wearing a mask. The sign on the wall said, turn away from anyone not wearing a mask, so I did. Really? A sign on the wall said, turn away from anyone not wearing a mask. Huh. So she did. Said other person, says Rachel, then began whistling into the back of my head. I said, please don't whistle. We're in an enclosed space with no ventilation and you're not wearing a mask. He replied, I've had both my vaccines, to which I replied, me too, but still trying to keep myself and others safe. As he exited the lift, he turned to me and told me that I was paranoid, says Rachel. With 5 exclamation marks, like she's shouting at me. Rachel, don't forget that even in a lift in hospital, we are surrounded by morons. Always remember. Oh, I did homework. Actually, well, I'm at work, so it doesn't really count as homework because it's work. I've looked at the cases in Texas and Florida. Now, these are the new cases. That last bloke wasn't completely correct in every respect. The new cases are going upwards. Not as much as they are here, though. We are number 1. But in Texas, new cases, 4,682 per day. Now, their 7-day average is 2,800 odd, which means it's going up, way up. If their 7-day average is 2,800 and the new cases per day is 4,600, that means it's going way up. That's in Texas. That's new cases. Deaths. Wait a minute. One moment, please. Drum roll. 27 deaths a day. And the 7-day average is 24 per day. So that's going up as well. That's in Texas. Now, let's look at Florida. Wow. Big news. Huge. New cases in Florida? 16,730 per day. Now, their 7-day average is 6,000. So it's going massively up. It's like going up vertically in Florida. New cases. And their deaths? 61 per day. Their 7-day average is 33. So that's going up vertically as well. So it pays to look it up. But not as bad as we are. Not even close. I mean, we got, I think in England it's about double the population of Texas. Isn't that remarkable? Texas has got half as many people as we've got in this whole country. And their, I think their death rate is minimal compared to us. And the new cases rate is certainly minimal. Never mind, eh? Camden. Hello, Elizabeth. Oh, no, wait. One moment, please, Elizabeth. Hang on right there. Coming to you momentarily.
Don't want to hang.
There you are.
I am, yeah. Are you there, dude?
I am there.
Okay, I want to tell you a little story, and then something which will probably interest you more than the story. Twice last year I had a minor stroke at the top of my stairs, and the second time, much against my will, I got hauled into hospital because of brain clotting. And it was a horrendous experience. The worst of it was they would not let me out. I had a CT scan, that seemed to be okay, but they would not let me out until I'd had a 25-minute MRI scan. And what happens with these scans is whichever part of your neurons the rays hit, it affects some part of your body. So you spend your whole time squirming in pain. But what was
from an MRI scan?
Yeah, for a brain scan, yeah.
No.
Yep.
No.
Well, maybe your brain isn't as sensitive as mine, but I think it probably is more so. However,
an MRI scan doesn't make you if you have a scan of your brain with an MRI, it doesn't affect your body.
Yes, it does, because your neurons affect your body. They direct your body.
An MRI scan of your brain does not make your body hurt.
Well, it did.
Okay.
So there. And that's all I'm going to say on that, because I want to get to the point.
Now, we're talking about the MRI. That's the machine that goes boom, 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 boom.
No, let me tell you what happened. Last 25 minutes, and I thought, I will never get out of this hospital unless I let them do this thing.
Yeah. They put you in a tube, right?
Yeah, but that's a CT scan. But an MRI scan is a very different story when they do it on your brain. And they didn't tell me till I was out of it. Most people refuse to go into that because it's so painful.
No, it's not. An MRI scan of your brain, that's when you get put in a tube and the machine goes like that.
No, it didn't do that. I'll tell you what it did.
What did it do?
Well, the last few minutes of it, you won't believe this, are the opening bars. You know the opening bars of The Dark Side of the Moon by the Floyd, where it goes, and you think, is this a helicopter? No.
Wow,
is this a synthesizer?
It was almost like the band was playing.
It's the last 5 minutes of the MRI scan.
Right.
Your brain.
You're right. I don't believe it.
And it's true, and I started to laugh because I thought, that is such a brilliant thing that the Floyd have done, because that whole record was a tribute to the guy who kind of blew his mind, the lead singer. That whole record was about him losing his mind, basically. And I just started to laugh. But I promise you, the last 5 minutes are the opening bars to The Dark Side of the Moon, because I have spent years thinking, I've done, room cuttings, I've done record cutting, I've been in the chopper, I know rhythm. Where on earth did they get that opening bar from? Because it's electronic, but it's not a synthesizer. And that was it. And I started to laugh.
It's
the
magnets,
I started
Elizabeth.
To laugh,
It's all magnets. Magnets is what's making that noise. Wow, 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 wow.
Okay,
they
those
sound
are the
great,
same magnets
actually.
that they use in the MRI scan for your brain, which they probably use for the guy who blew his mind.
Yeah, probably not, no.
Oh, I thought you'd be interested. Well, I'm sure it's true.
Well, I'm certain it's not.
Because I experienced it.
Yeah, okay then. All right, thanks a lot, Elizabeth. As soon as you hear anything else, let me know, all right?
Rock and roll!
Benny texts. The new Health Secretary, Sajid Javid, the man in charge of the safety of the nation from COVID, catches COVID within a fortnight and spreads it throughout the Cabinet. Number 10 and Bojo's office whilst... Oh, that's a comma there. I thought it was a full stop. It's a comma. See, that's what an MRI scan does to you. I can't tell the difference between a full stop and a comma now. He catches COVID within a fortnight and spread it throughout the Cabinet, number 10, and Bojo's office whilst shedding. Shedding. Let's see if the rule-maker Boris follows his own instructions. I wonder if the NHS have the courage to text him to self-isolate. Yeah. He ain't going to self-isolate. I betcha that every single one of them has got some red list, forbidden country that they're going to be showing up in. He'll be at some billionaire's Dachau before you know it, sucking up the free hospitality. He'll have a plane juiced up and ready to go at our expense. Don't you worry about a thing. The hottest day ever, and the wettest day, and the windiest day, and we got tornadoes in the places that don't normally get to tornadoes, and there's floods in Germany, and heat dome in America, and it's all thanks to global warming.
Thank you.
Unless you don't believe in science, in which case forget it. Just weather. Sam says, do you think that the government are pinging more people than necessary to keep a mini lockdown? What, you mean that like they've got a plan? No, I don't think there's a plan. Giovanni emails, how can you slam Formula One wrestling? I mean racing, not wrestling. Formula One racing. 140,000 people aren't wrong. Yes, Giovanni. Yes, they are. He says it's thrilling stuff watching cars whiz around, especially when they overtake or collide with each other. Yeah, but they don't, though, do they? They never overtake. Whoever starts at the beginning ends at the beginning. Around and around and around they go, and nothing ever happens. He said the start of a Grand Prix is one of the top 10 live events that everyone should experience. 20,000 horsepower going from 0 to 100 is smashing. Well, if only they did. That would be something to see, but they don't. No, couldn't be more dull. 140,000 people. You're going to be baking for a start. I mean, it's just going to be so uncomfortable. Uncomfortable, hot and noisy. Pick the enjoyable part out of that. Stoke-on-Trent. Hello, Tony.
Hey, I'm Nick. You all right?
Yes, good, thanks.
Yeah. I just want to take a bit of issue about how you're dissing everything that the government's done, basically.
Oh, yes.
It's dead easy to sit there and say,
yeah. Wait a minute.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I mean, it's easy.
It is.
You've got all the
Piece
facts
of
and
cake.
figures and everything.
I haven't got no facts. I ain't got no figures.
Right. So this Freedom Day on Monday, you don't agree with it?
Whether I agree with it or not is neither here nor there. I mean, there seems inevitable what the consequences are going to be. I mean, you prepared to put up with that?
So what are you prepared to put up with? You prepared to put up with this being locked down forever?
I'm prepared for me to go about my life and you to go about yours, Tony. I'm not running the country.
Yeah. No, neither am I. But you get all the critics coming on and saying, we can't do this, we can't do that. Mm-hmm. And basically, I'm thinking most of the population or the vulnerable people have been jabbed, double jabbed, whatever you call it.
Yeah.
And it's about time that the country opened up.
Right.
But
even as other countries, which have got far less cases than we do, are closing down. We're the only one that appears to be opening, and we've got more cases than anywhere else on Earth.
What's wrong with that? It's been a bit courageous, and it's been a bit. What's wrong with that?
Well, you know what else is courageous, Tony? Closing your eyes and walking into traffic.
So what do you want to do? Close your eyes and just sleep, or go into a slumber?
Well, let me put it to you like this. Have you had 2 jabs?
Okay. Yes.
Okay, now a variant comes along because we've opened up and people are mingling all hugger-mugger, and a variant comes along that avoids the vaccine. Wait a minute, avoids the vaccine and kills you stone dead. Are you okay with that?
Nick, from the very start of this pandemic,
do you think
from the very start of this pandemic, do you think this society has taken all the rules, done everything that they're supposed to do? Because I don't.
Overall, pretty much, yes.
Well, when you're looking in shop aisles and there's people taking toilet rolls and the last past the bake off the shelves.
Yeah, well, that's not against the rules.
No, it's not.
I mean, somebody's got to take the last toilet roll off the shelf.
What I'm saying, Nick, is we've not abided by all the rules.
I think we pretty much have. It's quite extraordinary how we've abided by the rules, these privations. They've taken our lives away from us, and we've been good as gold. Good little boys we have.
No, we haven't been good little boys.
Pretty much.
At all.
Absolutely, yes.
No, we've been very, very selfish, Nick. We've been very selfish.
I seriously do not agree with that at all. Not where I live, Tony.
Okay.
Maybe up your way.
No. Well, you can't just isolate one area.
Well, you just said that. I'm saying I have not experienced that, Tony. I have not been to Stoke-on-Trent, but your experience presumably is based on living in Stoke-on-Trent. If you're telling me that's what the people in Stoke-on-Trent are like, I'll have to take your word for it.
Well, I should imagine it's countrywide, Nick.
Yeah,
but anyway,
and my experience of the country, not including Stoke-on-Trent, is that people have been good as gold.
I don't think so, Nick.
Considering what has been taken from us, I think we've been remarkably placid and compliant.
We've been very selfish.
In what way? Apart from that taking the last toilet roll off the shelf thing, I mean, apart from that, right at the beginning of the pandemic, when the shops were being stripped bare of toilet roll, it's kind of understandable because it's something you don't want to run out of. I mean, it doesn't matter if you run out of bread so much, you've got an alternative for bread, but you ain't got no alternative for toilet roll, especially if you ain't got kitchen roll.
I'm sure you didn't rush to the shelves for the last toilet rolls.
I tell you what, Tony, I swerved the supermarkets entirely because I knew that there weren't any there. So I went to corner shops in the middle of the night because I knew they'd have them.
Yeah, well, I work night shifts. I'm a police. I work for the police, and I did not find anything to eat when I knocked off shift.
You didn't find anything to eat?
No.
Well, where were you looking?
In the Tesco aisles, mate.
There was nothing to eat?
No.
Well, what were you looking for?
I was just looking for something, a quick, ready meal. I wasn't looking for
ready meal.
For roast dinner.
Vegetables and fruit, no good?
Yeah, well, I really could not knock that up at 6 o'clock in the morning, but...
Why not?
What I'm saying to you, Nick, look at... Okay, let's fast forward, eh? Let's fast forward to Wembley the other week. Okay? Do you think them people are isolating? Do you think them people give a damn about anything at all?
No, not at all. But they are not. But they aren't representative of the country, nor are they representative of how we've been behaving over the last 19 months. That was a one-off. That was insane.
Oh, Nick, come on.
Of course it was.
Come on, man.
You can't tell me that you think that that's what British people are like ordinarily, huffing cocaine in Leicester Square and putting fireworks up their bottom. That's not us. That was a one-off.
It's not a one-off.
Of course it is.
Okay, what about I mean, we can go through the whole of the summer about, the ripping the statues down, ripping...
that has nothing to do with COVID. What's that got to do with COVID?
It's got to do with respecting, the laws of the land and saying, you haven't got to congregate and you've got to wear the mask, you've got to stay 2 meters apart. Who the hell has been doing that for the last 18 months?
Almost all of us.
I tell you what, Nick, I appreciate your loyalty in what people are doing. I'm
not saying it out of any sort of misplaced patriotism. I'm saying it because that's what I've experienced. That's what I've witnessed with my own eyes. As I go about my daily business, people have been completely compliant with all of the requests and the instructions that the government has made. Not 100% of the people, 100% of the time. I mean, you wouldn't expect that. But compared to how you would have expected us to behave, if I told you 3 years ago that the government was going to take away your right to leave your house, it's going to take away your right to go to work, it's going to take away your right to go to the pub, you can't go to the clubs, you can't do this or that or have any of your normal everyday living and your normal way of going about your life. They were going to take all of that away from you. How do you think that we would have behaved? Like this? No way. You'd have thought there were going to be riots in the streets. Not a one.
Okay. So,
I mean, just to wrap it up, Tony, your position is that the government is doing its best and people should stop picking on them?
No, my position is, Nick, is what I mean, this is unprecedented, yeah? You'll agree with that.
God, here we go with the unprecedented again. Yes, okay, it's unprecedented. Not really, but go ahead.
Well, not really. Why has it happened in your lifetime before? Were you living when the Spanish flu was about?
You didn't say in my lifetime. You said unprecedented.
Unprecedented. Which means, were you living when the Spanish flu was about?
No, that's not what it means. But anyway, let's skip over that. That's not what unprecedented means. But go ahead.
Nick, if I'm mixing you up a bit,
you're not mixing me up, Tony. You are tripping yourself up. But let's not get stuck up on what unprecedented means. Go ahead.
Right. So Monday, okay, we Freedom Day, whatever you call it.
Freedom Day is what you call it. Yes.
No, I don't call it Freedom Day.
You just did, though. You just did.
No. Okay. I don't call it that,
but you just did
the moniker that's been put on it.
Right.
Okay?
Yes.
Okay?
Freedom Day.
You've just said to me, all these issues that have happened for the last 18 months, the self-isolation, blah, blah,
yeah.
Okay? Yeah? And you want to not to do that. You don't want to release that. You want to keep that in state.
I think that there's some things that would be sensible to continue doing, yes, where the government wants us to be able to just throw off everything that's been restricting us up to this point, because that's what Freedom Day means. This is what they've been, advertising for a good long while now. And then scientists started whispering in their ears, and then they started using the word caution a lot, like every other sentence. We have to proceed with caution, and you must be cautious when you're out proceeding with caution, and caution should be your watchword when you're proceeding with caution out.
Yeah, I agree, Nick. But don't you think people have got the right to, sort of look after themselves and think for themselves? Do you not think that's a possibility?
If you were if your actions only affected yourself, yes. But as we know, that's not the case here.
Well, you've just told me that everybody's complied. 90% of people have complied. So
I didn't say 90%. I said most. I said most of the time, most of the people have complied with most of their instructions. Yeah, I think we've been amazingly well behaved.
Right. So why can't we be amazingly well behaved after Freedom Day and just sort of look after one another and wear masks where appropriate?
Exactly. That's what I'm suggesting. That's what we should do.
Yeah, but the government doesn't have to. It's not a nanny state. The government doesn't have to say.
Well,
right,
it very much depends, Tony. If there's selfish people who aren't remotely interested, aren't remotely interested in the protecting others than themselves, then yeah, there should be rules and regulations.
No, you've just said there's no selfish people around, or very few.
No, I didn't. I said that people have been obeying the rules.
Right. So
when there are no rules...
So in that aspect, people should be able to understand the rules.
No, Tony, the one does not follow the other. If there are rules, then people know what to do. If there are no rules, then people will just revert to their own selfish ways. I'm guessing that includes you too. Tony, it's been, mostly painful, actually. It's been mostly painful, but I got to go because I'm past the break and I just can't stand it anymore. You go on your maskless way, as I'm sure you will. So they did a poll on who's going to be wearing a mask and who isn't going to be wearing a mask. I should have asked that bloke which way he voted just before he left. I'll assume that I know. Nearly 2/3 of adults will continue wearing a mask in shops and on public transport after Freedom Day, the Office for National Statistics has found. 2/3 of adults. Okay, so that means 1/3 of adults won't. And it's the 1/3 of adults that is going to affect the 2/3 of adults, so it probably won't make any difference. From Monday, it will no longer be a legal requirement, but the government has said it still expects and recommends that people continue to do so in crowded areas, which is as clear as anything else that you get from the regime. We're making it legal to abandon masks, but we want you to keep wearing masks. Got that?
No.
I mean, it couldn't possibly be because Bodger wants to be able to blame us when the case numbers go through the roof. Oh, well, he'll say, I told everyone to keep wearing them while telling them that they didn't have to. And they didn't follow my clear instructions. I bet that's your get out of jail free card, ain't it, Bodge?
I can't comment on that.
The Office for National Statistics found 90% of adults believe that measures such as wearing a face covering when shopping stops the spread of coronavirus. 57% of adults said they were worried about the government's plan to lift legal restrictions. I mean, that seems sensible. Maybe we should get adults to run the country. What do you say, Bodge? As Freedom Day approaches, the Office for National Statistics analysed responses from almost 4,000 people in Britain between July the 7th and July the 11th. That's after the government announced its plans for Step 4, Freedom. It found that anxiety levels increased slightly. When the government said things are going well, anxiety levels went up. I mean, that seems sensible too. I mean, whenever Bodger speaks, people get anxious, especially if he's telling you not to be anxious. The most popular activity respondents said they were looking forward to when restrictions eased was holidaying abroad, which doesn't sound very patriotic to me. What's wrong with this country to holiday in? I mean, we got hills and lakes and beaches and parks and moors and fish and chips and tea, and every time you turn on the TV, you've got the dear leader speaking at you.
Yeah. Wait a minute.
I mean, what more could you want? Holidaying abroad. I don't think he cares for the job very much anymore, do you? It's not quite what he had in mind when he was dreaming of being king all those years. I mean, I'm sure he was expecting something out of the Roman Empire. He wanted to be attended to by busty wenches who would feed him Turkish delight and massage perfumed oils into his fat folds while he reclined on a chaise. That's the kind of thing he had in mind when he dreamed of being the supreme leader. Bodger wanted to be feted and to waddle around to the sound of applause and wave at genuflecting serfs and to squire lovely maidens by the dozen, but what he got was being leader of Plague Island. Poor Bodger. Don't you feel sorry for him?
No.
Not even a little bit?
Negative.
So he seems bored by the whole thing, and it's a bit like, oh, you decide. Use your common sense. Well, we know what good old British common sense gets you. It gets a beard-up moron huffing coke in Leicester Square with a firework up his bottom.
Disgusting.
So local leaders are having to do this job for him. And his own ministers are filling in the gaps. We got the London Mayor, Sadiq Khan. He's insisting that masks should be worn on London's public transport, even as the government says you don't need to. And the actual Transport Secretary, Grant Shapps, backed up Sadiq Khan. Shapps said he expected operators to put in place conditions of carriage to ensure that passengers were safe on public transport, while his own government was saying the opposite. Nice try, Shapps, no sale. I mean, if the Transport Secretary is saying you should wear masks on public transport, why is his actual government saying you don't have to wear masks on public transport anymore? Manchester Mayor Andy Burnham said they would have to stay on transport in his city too. But the instruction might not be necessary because the public seems keen to keep masks on. At least a certain group do. YouGov did a poll comparing how Leavers and Remainers were going to act about protecting other people. We are still fighting that little battle, probably now from now until the end of time. We've split into gangs. Now, I know it seems odd to have to say that, but you know, they did a poll about how Leavers and Remainers are going to act about protecting other people. But that's what masks are about, right? Protecting other people. I mean, the amount of calls that I get from people who still haven't taken that on board yet. Mask wearing is to protect other people from what you have. See, it's altruistic. So this poll asked the two sides of the EU debate what they thought. Leavers and Remainers. Now, guess which side was more concerned for their fellow man? Leavers or Remainers? Which do you think? Go on, guess. I double dare you. If you had to bet every penny that you've got in the world on one side or the other, which would it be? Exactly. So this poll asked two sides of the EU debate what they thought, Leavers and Remainers. Leavers and Remainers, which were more concerned about the health of others, to the extent that they would keep wearing masks to protect people they didn't know. Which ones? Well, I think you probably know. Question: will you still wear a mask after laws requiring them are removed? 46% of Brexiters said yes, that they would continue to wear a mask to protect other people. 59% of Remainers said yes. Question: should face masks remain mandatory on public transport? 67% of Brexiters said yes. 83% of Remainers said yes. And like I said, as the wearing of masks is to protect other Britons, which group is the more patriotic? Which group cares about their country more? The ones that mostly think about themselves, or the ones that mostly think about their fellow countrymen? Pick one. Odd, isn't it? That the group that wraps themselves in the flag the most is the one that cares about the country the least. Curious. Who could have predicted that?
Yeah.
But it's another culture war. I mean, they've got this one going on in America. You know, where the maskless vaccine refusers are the fans of the peach powder puff president. The ex-president and full-time whiner.
I am the most fabulous whiner. And I'm a whiner, and I keep whining and whining.
Lab tests and observational studies have shown that masks can block infected people from exhaling up to 80% of the virus into the air, but it can't stop you from catching stupid. Meanwhile, Britain's surge in coronavirus cases continued. Positive cases rose to 51,870, a 6-month high on Thursday. Infections at their highest level since January the 15th. And the number of people who died with the virus also increased by 48% in 1 week, up to 49 from 33 last Wednesday. Still, never mind, eh? It's just a pile of dead bodies, that's all. Edward texts, I hope they don't close the dentists if there is another lockdown. Oh. He says, I'm in the process of root canal treatment. Ooh. I may end up getting Nick and Carol involved to sort it out with pliers and the mallet. Yeah, I'll do it, Edward. I'll knock you out with the mallet and rip it out with the pliers. Tanya says, why should Parliament have a recess anyway? Taxpayers need to demand that politicians work throughout the year like the rest of us. Yeah, well, of course politicians say, well, it's not a holiday. I'll be working diligently in my constituency, they'll say. Yeah, sure they will. 0345 6060 973. Fife, Andy.
Hello there, Nick. How are you?
Good, thanks.
Oh, okay, Nick. Well, I'm phoning because you've talked about the so-called Freedom Day. This is so-called. It's supposed to be Freedom Day on Monday. Yep. But in Scotland, we're going to go to, I don't know if any listeners know very much about what's happening in Scotland. We're going to level 0, which is a few restrictions being lifted, but it's still going to be mandatory to wear your face coverings on the bus, and it'll still be mandatory to wear it in restaurants and stuff like that. And it could actually be up to Christmas, Nick. So I'm just wondering what you think, or some of your listeners would think about that. I mean, I know some people are going about Freedom Day. We're going to get our rights back now in England. So what's your thoughts about all that?
Does it seem like such a big deal, though? I mean, keeping your mask on in a shop, I mean, who cares, really?
Yeah,
on a bus? What difference does it make?
Yeah, exactly. I mean, the thing is, I think I'd feel funny now on the bus without a mask. You know what I mean? I've been used to wearing it for so long that not wearing it, I think it'd feel funny, to go back to it. Although on a warm day, it's quite difficult because it's like really warm. Although you can get the mask on you with the holes in them to let the air in and stuff.
Honestly, Andy, how many warm days in the year do you have in Fife? Be honest.
Well, we've had them today, Nick. I know we don't get that many.
Oh, yeah.
But I know you know because you've been you lived in Edinburgh, didn't you?
I lived in Edinburgh, yeah. Not too many warm days, not many.
Not many, but we're getting it at the moment, so it's quite nice. And I think it's meant to be nice the rest of the week as well. So
it just seems reasonable to wear a mask on public transport. I mean, if you're in an empty train, if there's absolutely nobody else around, then I would wear it under my nose. But what difference does it make, really?
I mean, I think that being more cautious up in Scotland. I'm not trying to pit Scotland against England, but it just seems to be that the government up in Scotland have been a little bit. Nicola Sturgeon's been a little bit more cautious about coming out with his boss. Just carry weight now to come. He's a party man. He just wants to get out there now and get all the restrictions lifted. He's got pressure from his Tory MPs, doesn't he? When he was in Parliament, there was some of them cheering. I think was it one that said, "Oh, about time," or "Thank goodness." So he's under a lot of pressure from the Tories, but he's a party man. He just wants to get all these restrictions off. That's what he wants. He's always wanted that.
Yeah, I'm sure he just thought that it was going to be a good time. He's a good time Charlie. Exactly right.
He's a good time man. He just wants to have a party, Nick.
Exactly. He's having a party.
He's having a party.
Yeah, why not? Well, plenty of reasons. But the other thing about masks that does occur to me is that we've been like germ-free for so long now that it does. I haven't really heard many people say this, but it does occur to me that we aren't subjecting our bodies to the amount of germs that they're used to. So we will be less resilient, perhaps, when something else comes along, and maybe we'll all get felled by a common cold.
Well, they're not saying now that the statistics about the flu's gone down because of the people wearing it. Is that not gone down now? You know?
Yeah, well, we didn't have a flu season.
That's what I'm saying. I mean, you know, so like I'm saying, it's obviously helping to wear face covering. And did they not do that in Japan and other countries?
Well, they do that all the time. Yeah, I mean, when people have got, and you used to see this in London, all those tourists who would come and they'd be wearing masks, and I thought that they were wearing masks because they didn't like the pollution. And I thought, well, it's not that bad. I mean, it is a bit bad, but it's not that bad. You wear a mask, it seemed a bit weird. But I think that they were wearing a mask, those Japanese and the Asian tourists, because perhaps they had a cold. You know, it's this kind of thing you get on a plane when you come over here. You catch something on a plane, and out of politeness, they wear a mask. I mean, they're used to doing that, which is why perhaps why they've essentially beat the world as their response to the virus. It's much better than ours because they're used to wearing the masks anyway. So they just hopped straight to it.
Oh, absolutely. I think wearing the face covers. I mean, I think that's about the only thing. I mean, I think they're talking about the 9th of August lifting all restrictions in Scotland apart from the masks, I think. But they're still going to keep the masks. They said up to Christmas, perhaps it'll be. I think they're just more cautious up here.
Yeah, Andy, honestly, do you really think that this is going to be a smooth transition back to normality? I mean, we're going to be up and down with this for years.
We booked a holiday for last year for Cyprus in October. We've just put it back another year again because it's just, I don't think we're going to get away this year.
No.
Abroad, really, to tell you the truth. We want to go Benidorm in November, but I don't even know about that. We'll just have to wait and see.
Yeah. Andy, you might be able to go, but you might not be able to come back in again. Think about that.
That's very true. I'll reflect on that next.
All right, thanks a lot, Andy. 0345 6060 973. Sue says, Freedom Day seems like Groundhog Day. We haven't really moved on, have we? It's just around and around and around. It's like we keep coming back to the same place. Almost as though the people that are running the country don't have any idea what they're doing. Almost. Alan says, give our great Prime Minister some respect. Why don't you try and lead the country? Yeah, right. That's such a... you could be joking. That would be the best reading of that text, that it's a joke. Why don't you try and lead the country? As in, leave him alone, he's doing his best. Oh, my God. Every other leader of every other country is doing better than we are. I mean, that's actually true, isn't it? We are the worst in the world. Why don't you try and lead the country? I mean, the number 10 cat could have done a better job. But we knew this before we voted for him. We knew he was a clown. With an act. Pah! All of that. And we thought, yeah, okay, why not? Or enough of a minority thought that. Not the majority, minority. It's our screwed up political system in this country that gave the minority the majority of the seats. 0345 6060 973. Let's have a call in Lewisham. Mohammed.
Yeah, hello, Nick. Thank you very much for taking my call.
Thank you for making your call.
Yeah. Just a quick, I just want to make a little bit of contribution, to be honest. Since I had this so-called Freedom Day, and the message by the Prime Minister is kind of a bit confusing, to be honest. In a situation like this, what I was expecting from the Prime Minister, because it's different other bodies. You have the Transport Department, the hospital, and the restaurants. Okay, what you should just say here in this case, okay, now we're going to lift up a little bit, but we want everyone to maintain the social distancing or use the mask.
Yeah.
because we got this, how they call it, the Delta variant, which was going on in India. And, they let people coming in whilst we are, like, suffering this pandemic. People were just coming in without no border control or nothing. And now this thing has come to this far end now, where at least people can enjoy the lift down of the pandemic. Now cases start rising again. So sometimes I get wondered why this so-called intellectual behaving like as if they don't know what they are doing, to be honest. I get confused, man. I get confused. To be
intellectual, Bodger.
Yeah. Wait a minute.
Okay.
No, it's really confused. I'm really confused about
you, me, and everyone I know. Yeah, we're very confused.
I'm really confused, to be honest.
Yeah.
Okay, you're saying Freedom Day. When you say that word Freedom Day,
it sounds like freedom. It sounds like they mean freedom, but they don't mean freedom. They want to give you freedom, but they don't want you to take it.
So no, and now the transport secretary or whatsoever saying that they are going to make it mandatory. And now people will put it in their head that, the Prime Minister say you should wear mask or not wear mask.
Yeah.
You see where the collusion is going to take place.
Now, why can't you follow those clear government instructions? They want you to wear a mask, but they want you not to wear a mask. They want you to go out, but they want you to stay in. What's confusing about that?
So this is, is the me, for be honest, I don't really know. I don't really understand it anymore.
Yeah, it almost seems as though that's the plan, to make people not understand.
Yeah. But all what I'm saying, for me, I will just look what is good for me and what is good for my family, because the messages that is coming out there at the moment is just horrifying, to be honest. I just feel for the younger generation, because in and out of school, there are a lot of kids out there who have lost completely. They don't know even what to do anymore.
Yeah. That's that whole levelling up agenda that the government has been advertising so much about. They're actually levelling down. They're levelling, all right, but it's. I don't think it's up. I think it's down.
No, I don't think that. I don't think that one is that. I don't know where he get that word from. Leveling. I don't think they are leveling at all. I don't think they are leveling at all, to be honest. Right. What I'm seeing day in, day out, because since this pandemic, I'm working from the beginning to the end of it. What I'm seeing is not ringing a good bell out there at all, to be honest.
Yeah, well, actually, you're right. It's not. There's levelling is quite the wrong word. The distance between the rich and the poor has got ever larger. I mean, I think the top 10% have increased their wealth by something like 50 grand since they started, and the bottom third have increased their wealth by 80 quid. 50 grand or 80 quid? Which would you rather? His call in West Midlands, Ralph.
Hi, Nick. How are you?
Good, thanks.
I'm a bit confused. You see, I hope you can help me because I'm stuck. I'm feeling very groggish tonight.
Oh, yes.
Yeah, a bit like Savage Avid. I'm wondering if I visit Barnard Castle will help.
You're feeling groggy? Booze? Yes, absolutely.
Yeah, and I'm also wondering, what about Barnard Castle? Is it worth to go for a night test?
Yes, I would recommend driving yourself.
I'm going with the family, you see. I have a day out.
Right.
I was wondering if anyone, what's the best route to take there?
Well, my recommendation is you all sit in the back seat in the car and let the car drive itself. How does that sound?
Oh, that sounds brilliant. I'll just take the horse and trap then, just like Boris.
Right, OK. Well, send me a postcard when you get there. Thanks a lot, mate. 0345 6060 973. Don't use any emojis. I mean it. Philip says, we can't stay locked down forever. Either the vaccines work or they don't. And they have been proven to work, including AstraZeneca. One good thing about the Johnson variant of the virus, it's so dominant that it will repel all of those nasty European variants. Paw! He's actually written that. Paw. Don't ask me how he spelt it. I couldn't even begin. Too many letters. Gaz tweets, Nick, a bloke has just walked past our front bay window and he's wearing ski gear. Well, that's ridiculous. Exmoor. Steve.
Hello.
Yes, sir.
Hello, is that Nick?
Yes, is that Steve?
Yes, it is. I was phoning up. I am in my pub on Exmoor, the Baltimore Arms Yard down, and it's just like was phoning through to actually make sure I got the right to speak to Rachel. I know Rachel Campbell.
Wow.
She's on tomorrow night.
It's a very, very bad line, Steve. Do you want to repeat that for me?
Yes, I was speaking to Rachel Campbell yesterday because she comes to my pub.
You were speaking to Rachel Campbell?
Yeah.
Who's that?
She's on your programme tomorrow night.
Rachel Campbell?
Yeah. No, not Campbell, Rachel Johnson. Sorry.
Yes, Rachel Johnson.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Well, Rachel Johnson, she comes in my boat. She doesn't that far away, never got.
Of course.
And I was trying to get through tonight just to be sure I got the right line, but obviously got through to you, which is fantastic. And you're talking about the pubs, or not the pubs.
Fortunately, Steve, I can't hear a word you're saying. This must be the reception. Do you have a landline there you could use by any chance?
No.
No.
No. Didn't hear.
You're working in a pub and it doesn't have a landline. I find that hard to believe. Along with everything else that you just said. Apart from the bit about booze.
Booze.
that part I believe. Anyway, good work. Thanks a lot, Steve, for whatever that was. Carol says, I have my 2 kids with COVID-19 in my household with 2 vaccines. July 19th, can't wait, freedom. Does that make sense?
No.
Shall I read it again?
Negative.
I have my 2 kids with COVID-19 in my household with 2 vaccines. July 19, can't wait, freedom. Okay. Yvonne says, Jeremy Hunt needs to be our Prime Minister right now. Well, somebody needs to be. I mean, does anybody want to step up and take the job?
Here we go. Okay.
Not you. You've had your chance and you blew it over and over again. Oh, but he's doing his best. Mark tweets, come on, we're running late. Is way older than Carol McGiffin. It's not. It isn't. It flat out is not. Come on, we're running late is not way older than Carol McGiffin. What, you mean this?
Come on, we're running late!
That's not older than Carol McGiffin. Nothing is older than Carol McGiffin. Let me remind you, by the way, we are doing our podcast tomorrow. We're going to tape it tomorrow. I mean, assuming that they've got the internet back up in France after that massive storm. And so if you want us to solve a problem, then you're going to have to tell us what it is. We ain't mind readers, you know. And it's what's your problem with Nick and Carol? That is the podcast. And the website, the email address to send it to is nickandcarol@global.com. nickandcarol@global.com. And prepare to be completely satisfied.
Oh, right, yeah.
You can get that with the other podcast that I do on Global Player, by the way, which you should definitely download and squirt up your device. It's available where you get your apps. Yeah, that's right, apps. Apps, baby. That's what it's all about. Oh, you want to keep up. It's all about the apps these days. That's what the kids are talking about. 24 hours a day. They're just on about the apps. Trust me when I tell you. You want to get it and thank me later. No, wait. I've changed my mind. You can thank me now.
Thank you.
Yvonne says, no, I've read that. Mark says, and I've read that one. Doing very well. Jan says, Boris has stopped trying to model himself on the great Winston Churchill and has decided to settle for a combination of Caligula and Nero. God help us, says Jan. Tina says, I love Swedish meatballs, especially in IKEA, much better than British meatballs. Does that have anything to do with what we've been talking about?
No.
I hope not. Either you've lost your mind, Tina, or I have. At this point, I'm not sure which it is. Exmoor, Steve, is this the same
Nick,
bloke?
yeah, can you hear me now?
Oh, well, I can now.
Oh, well, that's good. I've just moved from one side of the pub to the other.
Wow.
That's exactly...
It's a miracle.
What? It's not a miracle, Nick. It's just like, this is what it's like where I live, and take it from me, it's just like, just moving like 10 feet makes all the difference. So you can hear me.
I can hear you now, yes. I'm not sure I want to, but go ahead.
Yes, you do. What do you actually want to talk about? You want to talk about what's going to happen on Monday when all the masks come on or come off or whatever?
Have you called up to ask me what I want you to talk about?
No, I was actually phoning through to make sure that I got the right line to talk to Rachel Johnson tomorrow night.
Right, okay, well, I'll put you on hold, shall I?
No, don't put me on hold, Nick. I want to talk to you about what's going to happen on Monday. Because all of a sudden, the mask, from Monday, I've got a choice. I mean, I do have a choice. I mean, I can just open my pub as normal and just let people walk in there, which is what I'm going to do, which is what I've always done, which is apply common sense.
Common sense.
Every last person that's come into my pub and has been over the last 18 months has used common sense.
Common sense.
It's just like, we're not following any rules or anything. Nobody needs to spit on anybody. They don't do that. They don't sing.
Well,
they don't.
You know that you don't get it necessarily by spitting on people.
Well, I know, but generally we all know the way the diseases work. But we use common sense here. We just like play it like in the real world.
Yeah, the virus is invisible and it is not immune to sense, be it common or otherwise.
Yeah, but do I actually need to put lines on the floor in my pub to tell people to stand at a distance from here? Do I need to put a plastic screen up in front of the bar? Do I need to tell people to just act sensibly? They all do. We're well aware the disease exists.
Well, if there's one thing that makes people act sensibly, Steve, it's alcohol.
Well, strangely enough, it doesn't, I know, but it does on Exmoor, and it's like, take it from me, everybody comes in, gets absolutely drunk, and we don't do anything stupid.
Okay, well, you know what, I'm not going to take it from you, because you know you're talking rubbish just as much as I do. People come in and get absolutely hammered, and then act with common sense. No, they don't.
Liar!
But better luck with Rachel. Like I said before, I'll put you on hold. Do not put the phone down, Steve. Otherwise, you'll never get through.